We want to give a very warm welcome to everyone who has joined us for another one of our meetings on Google Meet. I think we're kind of getting used to it by now. However, I don't know if you can ever get used to not seeing people in person. I know we all miss that. I'm going to ask our wonderful city clerk to introduce the city council, please.
Yes, sorry, I've been hearing an echo, so do you hear an echo?
I do not.
Okay.
Only...
Well, I'll go ahead then. Councilmember Albert? Councilmember Hoffa?
Here.
Councilmember Smith?
Here.
Councilmember Williamson?
Here.
And Mayor Roberson?
Yes, and I'm here as well, and we all welcome you. And I know we all share that same feeling that we're looking forward to the new normal, whatever that would be, when we can all get together again. Now, meanwhile, the governor has given an executive order that outlines how meetings can be conducted during our shelter in place. And as usual, we'll ask our spectacular assistant city manager, Nat Rojanasa-Thera, to explain the rules to people and how they can phone in too. So Nat, if you will do that, please, sir.
Yes, absolutely. Thank you, Mayor Roberson and members of the City Council. We'd like to let members of the public know that they can watch this broadcast on YouTube Live, which has a short delay of approximately 10 seconds. Folks can watch at youtube.com/City of Monterey or on the YouTube app on Google Play or the Apple App Store on their mobile device. To make a public comment when viewers watching live, we're also on channel 25. You'll see a chyron, also known as a lower third caption, at the bottom of your screen. At that point, please call into the conference line. We have a new phone number, new a few months ago. You can dial area code 831-582-6500. Again, that phone number is 831-582-6500, and that will get you into the system with no meeting access code required. We ask that you dial *5 to raise your hand virtually, and you'll be added into the queue to speak. Callers will be automatically unmuted until it's their turn to speak. We also ask the callers, please turn off all television or computer speakers or go to another room when you're connected by phone, because any background noise will cause interference with the broadcast and cause an issue because of the 10-second delay. I will be calling on each caller in the order of their hands raised. Call out either the last 4 digits of their phone number or the individual based on their last name, which is shown on caller ID. That's the process today for how we'll be taking public comment.
Oh, thank you, Nat. And I know I was talking to someone today who actually is a retired librarian and scholar, and was talking about how we are getting better digitally, but there's a long way to go. I know my son-in-law, who teaches first grade, the first thing he has to do is to make sure his 5- and 6-year-olds are plugged in, and then he tells them, stop playing with the cat, and no, it's not break time, we just started 15 minutes ago, it's not lunch yet. And so it's a challenge without question. Public comments. We have anyone in the queue who wanted to speak to the City Council about anything not on the agenda? This is your opportunity. We will be pulling item 3 under our consent because there's a lot of interest in prohibiting fuel leaf blowers. So we will get some public input on that. But this would be anything that's not on the agenda. We very much want to get back to you. So if you leave a contact, either by email or by phone, you don't have to do it necessarily at this meeting. We'll be sure to get back to you. Our incredible staff is together, aggregated to help you. And so, Matt, do we have any public comment that's not on the agenda?
We do have some public comment, and because it moves pretty quickly, we've also asked if folks have items they'd like to pull from consent to also let us know, and then we can put them into a separate queue for items on consent. So,
great idea.
Yep, our first public comment will be Esther Malkin. Hi, Esther, welcome to our call.
Hello again, everybody. Hope you're all doing well. I just wanted to bring to your attention that there's been another fire scare at the Laguna Grande Park. And even though it was on the seaside side, Residents are interested in finding out an update on what is happening with that park. As you all know, I have been involved almost a decade now on trying to get that park some attention that it needs for addressing a multitude of issues over there. And we're still waiting for something to happen. I know that the JPA had a meeting recently, but how do residents find out about that and what comes out of those meetings and what's to be expected? I have no idea. My neighborhood board does not have meetings. They do not have a way of communicating that they use with neighbors, including on Nextdoor. So there is no option for us to find out any updates on what goes on with the park. This past fire season got much too close to home for my taste. I don't know about the rest of you. And I'm pretty sure that some fire abatement has been happening at either the old Capitol site or other parts of the city that had NCIP money set aside for it. I don't know what is going on with that as far as if any of that money is to be spent over here because of the JPA entity, but you know, I do not feel comfortable knowing that the next lightning strike storm that we have could set this area on fire, and no abatement has happened there. I also don't like knowing that there are homeless encampments there that could potentially have propane tanks, which we had pictures of over the years. And I don't know if anybody is paying attention to that, but we really need to, and we would like to have a way of finding out what is happening, because you all rely on our presidents from our individual neighborhoods, but in this neighborhood, there is zero communication, so we come to the city for updates on that. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Esther, for calling in. Our next caller will be Tom Rowley. Hi, Tom. Welcome to the City Council meeting today.
Yes, good afternoon. Tom Rowley, resident of Fisherman's Flats. Two quick items. Item a couple of weeks ago on the RFP for the forward 125 acres. I made the mention that I thought that it's totally preliminary to be putting out RFPs until we actually have a long-term sustainable water supply project. The thing that only having 65 acre-feet a year is not near enough water to do any kind of a realistic, comprehensive development plan for 125 acres. Why the staff keeps bringing this back to you and recommending putting out RFPs, I know they're smarter than that. They know it's not enough water to do a comprehensive plan. And I'm just sorry that I ran out of time and didn't get a chance to mention that. The second item is, this came up as Clyde Roberson, the mayor knows, and the city manager. I mentioned that the fact that the supervisors have a much superior method to what you are using and the city planning commission is using for conducting meetings. The chair, Chris Lopez, of the supervisors and the county administrative office are in the supervisors' chambers. So residents that want to speak live, can present graphics or whatever to the supervisors. The other 4 supervisors are connected by Zoom or whatever electronic means. What you're doing is a completely inferior way of running the meetings. The assistant city manager, Nat, does a hell of a job of getting people in, but your system is quite inferior. It's time for Monterey, the leader on the peninsula, to at least come up to a system equal to what the supervisors use. Thank you very much.
Great. Thank you, Tom. We appreciate it. All right. That concludes public comment, as well as items that are being requested to be pulled from the consent calendar.
Good. Thank you. As you know, since they're not agendized items, we can't have a discussion, but I wanted to respond to Esther's concerns. And yes, she has been with Laguna Grande from day one, was very instrumental in getting the city's portion on Virgin Avenue cleaned up and really brought back to a usable park. And I thought if not, we'll have staff send the email that we got from Raphael The JPA has not met because we were waiting for the RFPs. We're having some studies that are coming back. That's summarized in an email by Rafael Payan, who is the executive director of the Regional Park District. So the Regional Park District has met recently. So we'll be sure to get that information out. It looked like when I got that information that the neighborhood association had received it. So if anyone didn't, we'll make sure that that gets out to Del Monte Grove, Laguna Grande Neighborhood Association, because it does show some progress. And as soon as we have our experts aboard and are ready to award some contracts for the studies and the implementation, we'll get the JPA back together. So we'll make sure that Esther gets that summary email if she didn't get it before. So other than that, we'll go on to consent. Questions, comments from council, other than item 3 has been pulled for a presentation? We're all good?
Mr. Mayor, just one comment on item 5.
Yes, please, go ahead, Councilmember Ed.
Yeah, I just want to make sure that we highlight our fine engineering staff and our public works director with following up with this. And this item 5 is authorized increase of FY20 revenue and appropriations of 1.6 million plus 80,000. Regional surface transportation program with a competitive grant. So this is an award. It continues to address traffic congestion. And I want to highlight something that's in the page 3 of the staff report. Adaptive signal systems enable traffic to progress through a corridor with few or no stops. And preceding to that, they cite for Lighthouse, the before and after study has shown a 30% decrease in average delays and a 32% decrease in average stops in that segment. And that's because of the re-engineering, the adaptive signal light controlling, and a variety of steps and moves that the city has been taking over the last 3 to 5 years. Finally, we can see some relief in Lighthouse. So we look forward to application of this competitive grant. It's great news. On TAMSI, we learned of how it worked and where it would go and what it would be used for. So I just wanted to highlight our fine work of our public works and city engineer under the city manager's leadership that gets us a little further to launch into more adaptive signal light controlling on the Lighthouse corridor as it comes out of the tunnel and onto Del Monte Boulevard. So much needed for our traffic congestion. So thank you to staff.
Yes, Councilmember Tyler, comment or pull something on consent, please.
Well, and I don't want to pull anything. I do just have one question and one suggestion in regards to 5 and 6. To me, they're kind of related. So for the CIP grant, the question being if staff could speak to at all some of the specific projects that are anticipated to be used for the grant funding. So that way we can just share those with those individuals in the public that are listening in now. And to avoid a back and forth, I'll go ahead and speak to number 6 as well, and just make a suggestion, if at all possible, to find a way of prioritizing that education funding towards individuals in the community, particularly youth, advocating for bike riding, for more bicyclists in the cities as an alternative for commuting, and the safety around that. So I know that there's probably a plan in place, but I just kind of wanted to prioritize that biking element, because that's kind of one of my hopes or goals for the city, is to create more of an experience for people to feel comfortable and safe in biking around.
Oh, good. Thank you for that. Councilmember Allen and I are going to open our own electric bike company and help you on your way. We're just kidding. After we're off council. So the question was, what are some of the projects we're looking at in number 5?
Yes, sir.
All right. Is Hans, could you want to kick that to Steve, or?
I want to answer that question and then kick it to Steve. Councilmember Smith, thank you for pointing that out with respect to the grant that we have achieved. Actually, tomorrow in front of the Monterey Bay Air Resources District is another grant that the council might be interested the same way. That is a 400,000 grant that the staff from the Monterey Bay Air Resources District is recommending to approve. That will also go to the adaptive signaling system, including also Councilmember Williamson, to ensure that the systems that we are installed are also detecting waiting bikes at stoplights. Now, that's a new concept for many bikers, that stop signs and red lights apply to them as well. That's a little funny, but the point is the system that we are building will also allow video detection or of bikes in front of the signals, and that will also help to keep the traffic flow going. With that, $400,000 we get tomorrow. Hopefully get tomorrow by the district. We will hopefully come out at the end with the adaptive signaling system way ahead of schedule. We are using also a combination of Measure X funds to help us do that. And with that, I punt it over to Steve to give you details about item number 5 and 6. Number 5 is particularly interesting because our infrastructure is aging, and it will also probably allocate funding to our traffic lights as traffic lights per se themselves. So, but with that, I give it to Steve for further details for 5 and 6, please.
Thank you, Hans. Just wanted to first of all, thank the council for recognizing the staff's accomplishments. Really, it comes down to the traffic division, who's really working in overdrive on this. Andrea Rennie and Marissa Garcia are traffic folks who are really doing a yeoman's effort to get these funding sources and secure these grants. I'm actually going to turn the conversation over to Andrea to provide the details specific to both 5 and 6, because she can explain it much more succinctly than I can. So, Andrea.
Mayor Roberson, council members, good afternoon. So the questions on projects. So we are implementing adaptive on Foam, Monterey, Pacific, and Franklin. Due to the aging infrastructure, we have to upgrade the infrastructure on those before we can install adaptive systems. So we need fiber communication, new controllers. It's like putting new software on a 20-year-old computer. It just doesn't work. We have to do some upgrades, and some of those intersections are aging, and so this is an opportunity to do some very exciting things. So one is to get adaptive on the entire city, so that goes to greenhouse gas emissions, and it makes everything work more efficiently. Adaptive is now running on Lighthouse, Del Monte, and North Fremont. And so we also make sure that our infrastructure can last longer, and that we also have battery backup systems on some of our critical intersections. So those are important during storm events and other conditions. And for the education, Councilmember Williamson, we do have programs that target children and how to walk and bike safely. And we also are working on some programs that are also online, so that we can not have a gathering. In the past, we've done bike rodeos. We've gotten Office of Traffic Safety grants in the past, and we've distributed over 700 helmets. This time, we are going to do most of it online. And once we are able to, we do have some reflective material and other safety items that we can distribute at the schools. Thank you.
Thank you, Andrea. You do amazing work, by the way, and I appreciate you.
Thank you very much.
That's great. Any other questions? Or otherwise, I'll entertain a motion to pass the consent minus number 3.
So moved.
Oh, there is a recommendation to take public comment on this item, and perhaps we should do that briefly.
Sure.
Yep.
Okay, since we've had a little bit of a discussion on this, just a reminder to members of the public who wish to comment on item number 6, which is the agreement with the Office of Traffic Safety, as well as the RSTP grants, either 5 or 6, please dial 831-582-6500. Again, the phone number is 831-582-6500. We'll wait a few seconds for folks to call in.
Yeah, while we're waiting, when we get into a discussion on something on the consent and there may be new information, then at that point, we really do want to hear from the public who hadn't had a chance to hear that information before. And that's why we're taking this time, for the sake of transparency, to hear from anyone who heard that information and wants to join us.
Great. Thank you, Mayor. We do not have any callers on this item.
All right, so we do have a motion to approve the consent minus number 3. Did we have a second?
I'll second.
I'll second.
Okay, Tyler got in first. Sorry, Dan. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Albert,
Yes.
Councilmember Williamson,
Yes.
Councilmember Hoffa,
Yes.
Councilmember Smith,
Yes.
and Mayor Roberson.
Yes.
All right, thanks.
Good. All right. So that passes 5-0. So let's go back to item number 3. We've had some public comment on that. This was something I think that's been on the back burner, simmering for many, many years. And I think the sheltering in place of the COVID-19 has brought it to more of our attention. And basically, Pacific Grove just a few months ago did pass an ordinance. They gave it a year to be implemented to ban fuel-based blowers, fossil fuel-based blowers. And so our staff has brought forward, at the request of myself and many neighborhoods and residents, the whole idea of what is Monterey doing and what kind of ordinance should we have. So in front of us, we do have an ordinance which talks about banning fossil fuel blowers, leaf blowers for a lack of a better term, in residential neighborhoods, and limiting them in residential neighborhoods. And some of our neighboring cities have gone all the way from banning blowers in general, in mass, versus some variation of that. And so before us, we'll have a brief presentation of what the recommendation is. And I think some of the input will probably, that we've heard so far from the Monterey Vista neighborhood and individuals with respect to the pollutants, et cetera, I think it's been compounded because many of us are sheltering in place. We're more exposed to it. There's a heightened concern about what is being blown around our homes. And of course, the whole thing of the blowers come in, they blow everything to the next door neighbors who blow it back half hour later. So it does raise a good question. And many municipalities have looked at electric blowers. Obviously, that still creates somewhat of an air pollution problem, but on the other hand, it doesn't have the side effects of fossil fuel motors, because these motors are probably the most inefficient motors that you can possibly think about. So that kind of gives you a background of why we're looking at this today. So I will turn that over to our magnificent city manager for any other introduction before we look at the recommendation.
I think we can almost take a vote, Mr. Mayor, because your introduction was covering 4 out of our 5 slides that Kim Cole is now presenting to you.
Sounds good to me. I so moved. No, we have to have public input. Okay.
Go ahead.
Speaking of Kim Cole, Kim has been working with respect to Esther's comment earlier with the Regional Park District, and we're getting very, very close to having some recommendations and the JP on Laguna Grande to get back together. COVID kind of put a halt to things, but we do want to get back together and keep the momentum going. So thank you, Kim. And I know Raphael from the Regional Park District gave your planning department and you a lot of credit for your cooperation.
Thank you very much, Mayor. Today we're introducing a ordinance to prohibit fuel leaf blowers within residential lots and limiting hours of use in all other districts. That's our recommendation to you. Just a few quick slides about why we're doing this. 1 hour of gas leaf blower use is equivalent to driving from Los Angeles to Denver, according to the California Air Resources Board. And the graphic that I show here is directly from their website and their research. There's been additional research completed by the California Environmental Protection Agency, and they actually broke down what type of pollutants are generated. And they did look at the various requirements that have been established over the years between 95 and 99 and between 2000 to current. And there have been improvements, but we're still seeing a lot of carbon monoxide generated by these blowers. And so clearly moving to a different type of landscape equipment could have environmental benefits in terms of greenhouse gas production. In addition, leaf blowers, they tend to be fairly loud. And I think this is what we hear from a lot of our residents. It's the combination of the fuel and the exhaust and the loudness that really puts people on edge. And you can see that they range in that 69 to 70 range on average. So we have a fairly straightforward ordinance proposed. What we're recommending is that after December 1st, 2020, so just in a couple months here, that we will not allow any person to use, allow, or authorize any fuel-powered leaf blower use within any residential lot in the city of Monterey. Further, we're looking at any fuel-powered leaf blower before 9 a.m. or after 3 p.m. in the balance of the city. You may ask why you don't just ban it citywide, and that's because there's certain areas, particularly down by the beach area, where the more powerful blowers are needed to address some of the beach sand that sort of comes into our community on a daily basis. I do want to clarify what a residential lot means. According to our ordinance, it's going to cover all of our R1, R2, and R3 multifamily districts, as well as our residential estate district, which is predominantly of the Alta Mesa neighborhood. So with that, we're recommending that you introduce this new ordinance and pass the first reading. And I'm happy to take any public comment or any questions that you may have.
Okay, thank you, Kim. A good summary. Council questions, then we'll go public and come back to council comments. Council Member Ed, please. Do you want to start us off?
Yes. For staff, the page I want to refer to is packet page 29 under definitions. For the item, the first definition, subsection 1. I'll just read it so the public knows where I'm at. So leaf blower means any portable power equipment designed or operated to produce a current of air powered by fuel, electricity, or other means to push, propel, or blow dust, dirt, sand, leaves, grass, clippings, trimmings, shrubs, or other debris. So does this ordinance infer that we want to outlaw electrical leaf blowers?
No. And further down in the prohibited use on that same page, we're clarifying it's any fuel-powered leaf blower. So we're acknowledging there's a lot of different types of leaf blowers out there in the definition, but the one that we're prohibiting is fuel-powered. So that would be predominantly your gasoline combustion engine fuel.
Okay, so it's confusing to me to have in that first section to say one that's operated with electricity. So if I have one, I plug it in, long extension cord, electrical powered leaf blower. But why do we say electricity in here if we're not trying to control the electricity operated one?
My response to that is we were trying to define that there's a lot of different types of leaf blowers out there, powered by a lot of different types of energy. And so there's battery powered, electricity,
okay,
fuel, and then we're clarifying in the prohibited section that it's the fuel that we're prohibiting.
Okay, I pick it up in the whereases and understand it's just for the definition. And the other thing, was there any consideration for protecting the weekends? So Saturday, Sunday, saying just we aren't going to allow it because I know there are some R1s, R2s, and R3s that are close to commercial property that are awakened on Saturday morning with parking lots being cleared. So wondering if we had thought about protecting our Saturdays and Sundays.
When I was thinking about that, I guess the primary issue was by eliminating it all the time in the residential lots that we're trying to address that issue. You also have residents that are only work during the week, and the time that they can do landscaping is on weekends. So we do want to allow those people to be able to use electric leaf blowers during, so when they're gardening at home, which most of us work, and you're able to do landscaping on Saturday and Sundays. Clearly, the council has the discretion to prohibit it on Saturdays and Sundays. I just think you would really have to think about the resident that works full-time, and maybe those are the only hours they could do it.
Okay, thank you.
All right, other questions before we go to the public? Councilmember Dan, please.
Thank you. Councilmember Ed, I'm not quite sure. Are you saying that we should eliminate blowers completely on Saturdays and Sundays? I don't quite understand, because according to the ordinance, we're only allowing 9 to 3 outside of residence. So you can use electric anytime you want during residence. Am I right about that, Kim?
Correct. On a residential lot, anytime you could blow leaves.
Yes, that's what I thought. So I was a little confused on the apartment question.
No, Dan, and I think I haven't decided yet. I want to hear from the public and everybody else. But the concern I have is we have so many residential properties that are adjacent to commercial properties, and those commercial properties are creating the noise, which is overflowing to the whole residential impact. So I just want to hear from more folks before I decide. But I'm concerned about the fact that, yeah, we'll accomplish a lot with our R1s, R2s, and R3s, but the commercial properties that are still going to be able to do this and create the noise will still impact our residents. So the noise is not abated, it still continues.
I see what you're saying is commercial properties that butt up to R1s, R2s, and R3s. Okay, I got it now. Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, other questions? Councilmember Allen, questions, please.
Yeah, Kim, I understand in general that the electric and battery powered blowers would be less loud. Do we know, are there any of them that are louder than the I think our sound ordinance says 65 decibels is sort of like the threshold. Are all of the electric and battery below the 65 decibel threshold, as far as you know?
I don't know, but there's also a duration with our noise ordinance. So it's rare that a periodic noise like this, if somebody's blowing for 10 or 15 minutes, would violate our noise ordinance. What we find violates our noise ordinance are extended nighttime entertainment over, 2 to 3 hours, an hour plus. So I don't know the exact noise generation of electric blowers.
Thank you.
They are generally rated around 65 decibels. We have tested electric leaf blowers around City Hall, and I from my own noise level comfort, they are below the previous combustion engine fuel powered leaf blower we had. So electric leaf blowers are usually maxing out at about 65 decibels.
Thank you, Hans. Councilmember Dan?
Thank you. All our parks sit basically in the middle of an R1. Does that mean the city public works, even though it's the property itself is not an R1 piece of property, but it does sit in the middle of a residence, does that mean that our public works employees can't use those, or they have to use electric?
They have to use electric between 9 to 3 as well in the residential areas.
Okay. So basically it's gas powered for our city is done. We're done, except for specific areas outside of parks.
In commercial zones, and that's
right.
Something I will bring up later is the whole question of why don't we do it citywide? If it's good for the neighborhoods, why isn't it good for the commercial property where neighbors live? So we'll discuss that one later.
Okay, thank you.
Misunderstood Hans's response, so if I could just clarify for a second. So the way the ordinance is drafted right now, it prohibits fuel-powered leaf blowers in all areas besides residential between 9 and 3. If our workers are in a city park that isn't zoned R1, you can't use the fuel between those hours, but you can use electric during those hours.
Right.
I get it.
Before 9, I'm sorry. So
no,
I think
you know what, to build on that, I believe all of our parks have been zoned R120, as I remember going back 10, 15, 20, 30 years. No, I know we did go through that. So
they're all zoned open space.
Okay, thank you. I remember that. Okay. Thank you. Yeah, I remember that one too. Councilmember Tyler.
Yeah.
Down memory lane.
I'm wondering, and I'm not sure if this was the intention, and maybe we can make this more of a discussion after public comment, but I'm wondering if it's even appropriate to have the leaf blowers operating, even non-fuel powered ones, before 9 or after 3. So I'm not sure if that was the intention to leave those out or not. It's kind of a question.
That's open to, after we hear public comment, that's open to council direction, absolutely. All right, let's see, Nat, do we have some folks who want to share with us today?
We do have a few folks who've called in, and just a reminder to the public who have called in, please dial *5 if you haven't already done so, if you do wish to speak, because we do have some folks who are on the call but haven't raised their hand. The first caller will be Esther Malkin, and welcome back, Esther.
Hi, thanks again. I wanted to just point out, these particular particles that are being blown all over the air now also include the toxic ash that has been sent in our direction the last couple of weeks. So we're not just talking about benign dust and whatever that we've really been feeling in the past. It's been shown that the ash that has been coming from these fires have chemicals in them. Our air quality the last 2 weeks has been horrible, as everybody knows. And so this might be a seasonal thing, but in general, it's not just, the things that we're used to seeing being blown around by these things. Now we're adding another element that makes it much more toxic. And it is being pushed into neighbors' houses. And it's almost similar to smoking, when you live in an apartment and you share a ventilation system to secondhand smoke. And obviously, we have a senior, population here who are already, on edge about their health concerns with COVID. And anybody who actually has had any COVID incident has already been compromised even further. And anyone who's ever had pneumonia is also compromised. So I think this is a really important piece to address, not just from a carbon footprint standpoint, but from a public health perspective as well. And I'm happy to see you guys put this on the agenda. And I think that it warrants even stricter limitations. So I'm hoping that when you go back to your council discussion, that you'll consider making it citywide, not just in residential areas, because the public goes into areas that commercial properties are in, and they're going to be breathing it in as well. So the other thing I'd like to bring up is if we're concerned about the noise from these power tools, what about noise from other power tools that some residents are using? And we do have a noise ordinance, and as Kim said, it's usually not used for these kinds of things. But I can tell you that there are many, many projects that have been popping up now with so many people home more with COVID that are involving power tools that are extremely loud. Some neighbors start as early as 7 or 8 o'clock. So I think the 9 o'clock time is a little conservative, in my opinion. Thank you.
Great. Thanks, Esther. Our next caller will be Susan 9. Hi, Susan.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm calling on behalf of MVNA today. MVNA is very pleased with the prospect of an ordinance that may soon be approved banning gas-powered leaf blowers from residential areas. So many residents have expressed concern about the excessive noise and unhealthy carbon emissions from these devices. The unhealthy dust and particulate matter raised by these high-powered blowers creates additional health hazards. They contain lead, carbon, fungi, fecal matter, microbes, and other harmful substances. The decibel chart provided in the agenda is really not indicative of the noise levels one actually experiences in Monterey neighborhoods. The chart measures decibels 50 feet away. As an example, my home and many others are actually 5 to 10 feet from the neighbors on both sides. So when the blowers are used for these side yards, the decibels are many, many times louder than what is shown on that chart from the high-powered gas blowers. It is at a level that can cause hearing loss, which is why the workers are supposed to wear headphone protection. Also, this can go on for a half an hour or more, twice a week on both sides of our houses. And combine this with the rest of the houses who almost all use landscape services in our neighborhood, it is a genuine quality of life issue, which is easy to solve using quieter, safer devices. This is what Carmel and PG are doing and countless other communities. In 1975, Carmel was the first city in California to ban gas-powered blowers. They also banned electric blowers because of what is in the dust raised by high-powered blowers polluting the air. But Carmel does allow battery operated, and if you go into Carmel on any weekend, there could be 10 landscape services within a few blocks, beautifully maintaining the yards, and it's completely quiet. The city of Pacific Grove currently does have an ordinance that prohibits residents from using leaf blowers within 50 feet of another property line. This would be lovely if we had that. Or blowing debris into a yard that is not your own. A complete ban will be going into effect within a year in Pacific Grove. In Monterey, there is no distance limit to neighboring properties. They are being used right next to neighbors' yards within a few feet of adjacent homes, ears, noses, and lungs. I also hope you will take time to study the survey MVNA sent to its members and posted on Nextdoor. We had about 150 responses or more. There is a strong preference for banning gas-fueled blowers.
Thank you, Susan.
Well,
Yep, I'm sorry, but we ran out of time. Thank you so much for calling, as always. Next couple of callers, we only have their, please state your name and your place of residence so we can have that for the record. 7779 is the last four.
my name is Romina Sperano. I am in the, I believe it's the Monterey neighborhood. And I want to echo what Susan and Esther have said, particularly emphasize that the pollution caused by leaf blowers was never benign, ashes or no ashes. The pollution is chemical. It causes health concerns. It disturbs the animals. It disturbs people. The pollution is, the noise is incredible. We are all, a lot of us are working from home. My neighbor has been using power tools for a year in construction. They have gardeners twice a week. They have their own electric leaf blower, which less than 50 feet away, sounds very loud as well. The noise, I have 3 children homeschooling during this time. The neighbor suggested to me to move rooms. You can imagine in a family of 5, it's not that easy to move rooms when 4 or 5 people are working from home. I think it's also an issue that we need to look into the future. The Coalition for Quieter Communities has also found a study, a Harvard study, that has proved that leaf blowers cause an 8% increase in COVID exposure, development of the disease, and worsening of the symptoms. And into the future, they also propose completely clean landscaping methods. We need to look at this planet and take care of it. And gas blowers, electric blowers do not do that. And we can coexist with nature much better. And also I want to point out that the Coalition for Quieter Communities has called during COVID for a moratorium on all leaf blowers to help the situation. And I believe that the ordinance would be taking effect in December. We are months away from that, and there's a lot of COVID that can be prevented by imposing a moratorium right now. Thank you.
Thank you, Marina. Our next caller is Jean Rash. Hi, Jean. Welcome to the call.
Thank you. This is Jean Rash, and I live in Monterey Vista neighborhood of the city. I hope that you will emulate the standards of Carmel by the Sea. The noise pollution is exhausting and of concern in the city of Monterey, as is the electric blowers and the gas blowers. We could have a standard of battery blowers, and people could do their own gardening and their own professional landscaping and be just fine. At a minimum, I think we need to stretch for a decrease in carbon emissions as far as we can take it, and that would be a citywide ban on the gas-powered tools, especially the blowers. We should be eliminating those. I also have concerns. I might be confused, but I'm concerned that it wouldn't cover, the way it's written now, R5, which is, Oak Grove is R1 to R5. I would hate for them to be left out. I agree with Councilman Smith, who's concerned about what all the multi-use housing we have, commercial on the bottom, residential on the top. They need protection from the noise, the pollution, and the emissions. Bottom line, let's work towards the most carbon-free environment that we can get. We just have to do this hard work. Secondarily, we have to take care of our neighborhoods, which are a source of renewal for all of us, more so now with COVID than ever before. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Jean. Our next caller is 6334. The last 4 digits of the phone number is 6334.
Hi, my name is Daniel Barber. I live in the Monterey Vista neighborhood. I am very pleased that the City Council is addressing this issue. I moved here 4 or 5 years ago, and it was probably the first thing I noticed was the noise on a daily basis from blowers, chainsaws. I've joked with my wife before that living in Monterey sometimes feels like I'm living in a Beckett play, because you look around, everywhere around you is paradise, but on a daily basis it sounds like a war zone with the constant chainsaws and the leaf blowers doing. So I support a ban. I want to see a citywide ban on gas-powered leaf blowers at all times. With electric blowers, I think for the noise, we should aim for 9, 10 o'clock in the morning. We have a baby, and he's been woken up multiple times. He naps in the middle of the day, and he's been woken up multiple times by services coming through and just having their way. Because of our beautiful environment here in Monterey, we should be taking bold measures to address these environmental impacts, similar measures like plastic bag bans and single-use plastics like the plastic straws. So I think this falls in the same kind of category. That's it for me. Thank you very much.
Great. Thanks, Daniel. Next caller will be Richard Richello. Hi, Richard.
Hello. Good afternoon. This is Richard Richello from Casanova Oakdale. And Matt, am I on the line?
You're on the line. Yep.
Okay. I just want to mention that in my neighborhood, the only gas blowers I see are gardening services. And mainly they use it because it saves time, and the costs are going to go up to whoever's using that service if they got to use another method. 40 years ago, I went to electric blowers because I have a landmark oak, and it literally rains leaves all day long, all night long. But on my front porch, it's a safety issue with slippage. So I have to blow it off at least once a day. But I found a battery blower that's very efficient, and that's what I use 98% of the time. 2%, I have to blow the leaves out of the plants or they get covered to the point where the plants can't survive. So maybe twice a year I use the electric blower, but I discovered high capacity batteries in the battery blower, and it's sufficient to do what I need to do on a daily basis. So, you know, for me, physically brooming for an hour each day is too much. The blower is much quieter, the battery blowers. The electric blower is a bit louder, but like I say, I use it 20 minutes twice a year. But it is essential to keep ahead of the leaf issue and people slipping on wet leaves or debris on the driveway. And I save all those leaves too. I've got gorgeous heirloom tomatoes growing in 100% oak leaves. So just to say that I can understand the gas blowers, they bother me too. But I would stop there because there's got to be some effort on physically challenged people for keeping slippage down. So that's all I have to say. And thank you for bringing this up. I do agree with you. But when it comes to the emissions and the amount of emissions I put in the atmosphere, it pales to 3 million acres of forest burning right now in California. So we have to put ourselves in that frame of mind that we need to deal with our forest issues because that's where the carbon emissions are. Thank you. Good night. Good afternoon.
Good night. Good afternoon. Thank you, Richard. Good to hear from you. And we do have one person who appears to have be wanting to raise their hand again. They've already spoke on this topic this afternoon, so we will not be taking their public comment twice for the record. But that's it. No other public comment on this item.
All right, good. Thank you, Nat. Thank you for all of the public input. We very much appreciate it. So back to the City Council. We have various choices here. One is to adopt the ordinance as presented. Personally, I'd like to see a citywide ban on gas-powered leaf blowers because we have so many residents who live in our commercial areas. That was brought up earlier. And to me, it doesn't make a whole lot of sense to do it just residential when we have so many people working, living in commercial areas as well. So I'll just put that on the table and invite council comments and where you want to go with it. So Councilmember Dan, please, then we'll go to Councilmember Tyler.
I'd like to make a couple of comments. One is on one that the mayor just made. I'm wondering, technology-wise, if there's large parcels of commercial property that you can't handle the whole property on batteries. It has to be gas powered. And I'm wondering if that is one of the reasons why we decided to keep it under commercial. For instance, many of our hotels are very large pieces of property that need to be blown off, and I'm not quite sure they can handle the battery operated, unless they had lots of batteries, I suppose. The second comment I have is we have quite a few small businesses that rely on landscaping services in our R1s, and I'm concerned about only giving them 2 months notice or 3 months notice that we're switching over to electric when small businesses have invested into gas blowers. So I'm wondering if we could maybe extend that a little bit longer to give our smaller business a helping hand in converting over to electric instead. That was my 2 comments.
Okay, so I think one of them was a question in that, are there properties where an electric blower or alternative means of removing leaves would not work?
That's correct.
All right. I don't know if that's more or less rhetorical, or if we would have to respond to that.
I think it's kind of self-explanatory. We know we have quite a very large amount of property, commercial property, that may just not be able to, technology-wise, be able to blow off that property with batteries. That's all.
Okay, thank you. Tyler, then we're going to go to Alan, please. Councilmember Tyler, your thoughts?
I'll first respond to Dan's comments. I think that if people have concern in regards to having a battery last to cover the job in one swoop, there are extra batteries out there. So it's not like it's a stop dead if we create the ban. And then I'm actually somewhat interested in your second point, but I wonder if we can stick with the date and then maybe create an opportunity where people can request an extension for implementation. But that way, it creates the standard as soon as possible. And then if there's concern, they can go through the process if there's really that concern associated with their business or their property.
Yeah, can I respond on that, Tyler?
Yeah, yes, please. This is a discussion, please.
Okay, my concern with that is that as a neighbor, how do you know which one has been expanded and which business has been expanding given a couple more months and which has not? So, that concern would be the conflicts between neighbors and neighbors turning on neighbors, and that would really, that's why I said there should be maybe just a longer extension. That's all.
No, I agree with you, and I'm not sure the best way for us to move forward with that point. But since you raised that, and not to say that it should affect the way that we make the policy moving forward, but just to communicate it, I think it's important if somebody has an issue with their neighbor that they talk to them about it first rather than trying
of course.
Right. But just kind of throwing that out there. Yeah, I'm not sure. I guess I would leave it open more for discussion.
Well, then that kind of brings up the question about compliance. Do we have staff members going around our neighborhoods checking to see who is using gas? I didn't think so. I see Kim saying, no, we don't. No. So the only way that we know that neighbors are in compliance is someone's got to call the city and complain. And that, to me, that could create some issues. That's all.
That's true, but I think once it becomes the norm, it will naturally transition eventually. But early on, you're right. Councilmember Allen, you were going to join the discussion?
Quickly responding to Dan's.
Okay, Tyler.
Sorry, Mayor. So I also wanted to kind of put back on the table this idea of the regular hours in general, because I know that there are, and I think that there may be a little bit of a lost opportunity here with us discussing this issue now, because I hear that there's concern about even other types of leaf blowers. And not to say that I have a feeling one way or another, but I think that there was an opportunity to kind of look at it all and maybe look at sound levels and feedback from the public around different alternatives. So maybe that might be something worth bringing back at a certain point. And to that, I know that we're saying only between the hours of 9 to 3 in the commercial spaces, but I wonder if that's something that we want to actually look at implementing in the residential spaces as well, even if it's just the electric or battery operated leaf blowers. I would propose that forward as part of the motion once we get to that point.
Okay, Alan, please. Councilmember Alan?
Yeah, I guess I'm wondering, did somebody from the business community come to us with the request to kind of exempt commercial areas because not to do that? But I guess I'd like to just know more about how that part of the proposal came about.
All right. Could we ask our staff why the recommendation was to allow gas-powered blowers in commercial?
Yeah, our city is slightly different than Carmel that was mentioned a couple of times. Number one is Carmel allows electric blowers, so just to clear that up, so there is no complete ban of leaf blowers in Carmel. But Carmel is also slightly different, and that comes to answers the question of Councilmember Hafer, as we have large scale commercial or areas like MPUSD, MPC, Community Hospital of Monterey, and other large areas that are very commercialized, and they want to keep their properties also clean. And for that reason, we exempted commercial areas and focused on the area which were of concern for the residents, which were residential areas. So in all the conversations we had so far, we heard a great deal of the concerns that were expressed by the neighborhoods. And it was confirmed also by the Monterey Vista Neighborhood Association survey, where basically the residents overwhelmingly said, we disagree with the idea of banning leaf blowers in total. We just don't like them in our residential area. So, and that's also maybe worthwhile to look at the numbers that Hans Janisch submitted to us yesterday, where basically the folks were expressing concerns about residential areas, but not so much overwhelmingly actually not disagreed with the notion of banning it in total. And also the electric leaf blowers, their battery capacity is for about 15 minutes. And if we have now our own park employees working in remote areas with battery operated leaf blowers, you need a bunch of batteries in your backpack to carry to clean, for instance, the boardwalks in front of the Lamonti neighborhood from the sand. And that's for instance a big topic that our park maintenance workers are concerned about. That the boardwalk has to be clear of sand, otherwise we inherit other issues with that come with that. And one of the concerns of our operations manager is also, of course, to equip their team with a sufficient number of batteries. So it's not that straightforward to say just bring enough backup batteries if you're operating in remote areas in the city of Monterey.
Okay, thanks for that information. So hearing that, I guess where I'm at, I just want to remark on the graphic Kim shared, that an hour of a fuel-powered like driving to Denver and back. I had no idea. So for me, that's pretty persuasive that we do want to ban them. I'm inclined, I prefer things to be uniform. I prefer everybody to be under the same set of rules, but I understand what the city manager just said. I do worry that in the future, we're going to have more residents in commercial areas as those areas and get a little bit more mixed. But I think for now, I would be comfortable moving forward with this staff recommendation. And then if we get other complaints in the future, we can go back. And I do think we're allowing electric and battery powered. They're not as loud, and I don't think there's much of a problem. And if we don't allow any at all, we may end up with people complaining about, you know, about a lack of cleanliness, a lack of tidiness, you know, that kind of thing. So it's hard to please everybody, but I kind of feel like the staff recommendation might have hit the mark.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Ed?
Yeah, I just, who would think that talking about leaf blowers would take on such a distinct dynamic? I put it like this: time to implement, the manner to implement, the places to implement, the type of equipment allowed, the education piece, and the enforcement. So I leave with the enforcement piece. I think, Alan, you touched on it. Uniformity, I think, is important so that people really clearly know that when they hear it, when they see it, they know it's allowed, so that we don't have unnecessary calls for enforcement, but we really clearly know. For me, I've gotten several comments and some emails close to the Delray Shopping Center in a very large commercial property where it's a driving apparatus. So I would be concerned about a total ban, because I know that those large locations, as the city managers indicated, need to have that different kind of equipment. I am sensitive to the fact that they should not be using that equipment before 9 o'clock. That impacts the residents. So what I'm wondering is, in terms of the prohibition and the way we laid it out, could we delineate in here something that does address the commercial, so that people don't have to interpret what's not here, therefore saying what is permissible. I just think it might be to our benefit where we lay out residential and limit residential from not starting, you know, so it does say any fuel powered leaf blower before 9 a.m. Is prohibited. So I just think we need to almost say clearly what is permissible in what zone and what times. For me, I think it's exactly where it needs to be in the staff recommendation, but I just don't think it explains it enough for commercial operators to understand it, for gardeners to understand it, for residential folks to understand it. So I just think it needs to be spelled out. And I would take the suggestion of Councilmember Albert. December seems reasonable, but I think we're looking at some investment in additional equipment. I would be okay if we said January. I just give, you know, let's go past Christmas so some folks can get some electric powered leaf blowers for Christmas. Make it January 1st.
Okay. Let me jump in, and it is it's on a micro level, of course, leaf blowers in residents, but on a macro level, look at the fires, the whole climate warming that we're experiencing. Personally, would rather ban them completely, but if the council's looking at staff recommendation, I believe we should do something. Absolutely. If it's only residential at this point, I can go with that. Personally feel it should be citywide. Secondly, I think we need to think about other ways to take care of our environment. You think about the toxins that are being blown. I'm just from a personal viewpoint, I get awakened about 7 a.m. every Wednesday morning, and the gardeners come in. They spend literally 10 minutes blowing 3 leaves, and they're gone. And it gets my little Gracie all excited. So maybe that's not a bad thing. That's my dog, by the way. And then secondly, I'll walk by Via Paraiso Park, and I'll see our city staff, which is outstanding, by the way, blowing the parking lot, and it's under oak trees. A half hour later, it's covered with oak again. Now, Mr. Rosello made a good point. If these leaves are aggregating on his front porch and creating a hazard, that's one thing. but I've also witnessed our school district, and again, not a complaint, spending hours blowing a parking lot under oak trees. Well, what's that going to be in an hour later? So we have to just think about doing business differently and take climate warming seriously. Years ago, the council in the 1980s was one of the first in the state that banned styrofoam. And oh boy, did we take a bunch of heat for that one. And now everyone does it. Then we banned smoking in the city of Monterey. And the argument was, oh, if you ban smoking in restaurants, outlying areas, other places, the smokers will go there. It'll destroy our business community. Now, can you imagine anyone smoking in a restaurant? And so these steps may seem not even controversial. They may seem like, well, maybe they're a little ahead of their time, but I say we're behind the time. But if the council is looking at staff recommendation, I can go for that. I would actually prefer citywide. So that's where I am. And if someone wants to make a motion, let's get moving.
I'll make a motion. Oh, sorry, Tyler.
Sorry, just really quick. So I'm not really sure how folks are feeling about the 9 to 3 thing for residential areas as well, or if I'm missing the mark in regards to what I'm trying to say.
What time do you get up in the morning?
I'm not talking about me.
I'll step in. I think 9 to 3 in residential makes sense to me.
Okay.
Dan, you were going to make a motion. Why don't you go ahead and see what you can incorporate with everything you've heard, please.
Okay, well, I'd like to make a motion that we accept, or at least accept the staff recommendation, except I would like to start the compliance on January 1, but also extend the 9 to 3 for residential along with commercial. But that's 9 to 3 for blowers in particular. They can use electrical or a broom and a dustpan, which is fine too. So that's my motion. So it's staff recommendation and extending 9 to 3 and in January instead of December.
Okay, I think Councilmember Allen seconded it.
Mayor, Hans had his hand up a few minutes ago, and I just kind of wanted to loop back around to make sure that I'm interested in what his thoughts were.
Yeah,
yes, City Manager.
Thank you so much, Tyler. Yes, I just wanted clarification, and I got the clarification in the following council discussion. So thank you for noticing that. But council clarified my question actually.
Okay, so just if I can, Dan made it very clear. Staff recommendation plus 9 to 3 would be the limits of using any kind of leaf blower, whether it's electric, residential, or commercial. It would take effect in January instead of December. And the staff recommendation was basically no gas-powered leaf blowers in residential areas. That includes apartment zones as well as single family. And so I think that captures everything. Oh, by the way, that raised the question. Someone during public comment said, what about Oak Grove? It's zoned R5. And I'd never heard of that before. So Oak Grove, is my understanding, it's R3. So Kim, could you help with that?
Oak Grove is zoned R3, the same as Lower Old Town, Lower Old New Monterey as well.
Okay, thank you. Any more discussion? Roll call, please.
Councilmember Albert?
Yes.
Councilmember Smith?
Yes.
Councilmember Hoffa?
Yes.
Councilmember Williamson?
Yes.
And Mayor Roberson?
Yes. And we'll see how it works out, and we may be revisiting this in the future. The next item was to adjourn to the Ocean View Community Service District meeting, and we're going to just continue that till this evening if we have time. Let's go to the public appearance because we have about 14 minutes, and that's utilizing grant funds from the Department of Defense and to award a professional services contract. And I think this was coming back from our last meeting where people had raised some concerns about Tetra Tech. And so let's go to our city manager, Hans, and let's have our presentation, please.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll hand it over to Kimberly Cole, who will make a brief presentation. And I think we also have our consultant, Erin Haraway, also online with us on that one.
Thank you, Mayor. As you introduced, this item was on your agenda at the last meeting, and we did receive some public comment right before the meeting, and we wanted to take some time to be able to research their concerns and address them this afternoon. Just in terms of background, the city received and accepted this grant in September of 2019. It is a regional grant that covers military bases throughout Monterey County and looks at compatible use issues throughout the county. A request for proposals was circulated for about a month period. We received 4 proposals. Interviews were conducted by a multidisciplinary team, including City of Monterey staff, Department of Defense staff with both the Navy and the Army, as well as Monterey County staff. The results of those interviews was a proposed contract with Tetra Tech Incorporated based on their professional qualifications. The comments that came up at the last meeting was concern about a lawsuit that is currently being served against Tetra Tech EC versus Incorporated, who this contract is based with. It was based on whistleblower testimony of falsifying reports for another project. There were also concerns raised about the previous staff report back in the September of 2019 did not specify the contract involved the military, or maybe it wasn't clear enough. There was concerns that the RFP discussed communication services as an issue that should be evaluated, and just a larger question about why the city would even be involved in this project. We asked Tetra Tech Incorporated to provide a response. It is attached to your staff report and is multiple pages. Some of the highlights from that information includes that Tetra Tech EC is a separate legal entity from Tetra Tech Incorporated. The Tetra Tech Incorporated provides planning services. Tetra Tech EC conducts environmental cleanup services. There were, after the discrepancy was found, there were an additional 70,000 samples were taken to evaluate the situation and to identify any additional contamination that was found. Employees were disciplined, corrective actions were taken. The project went under full review by the Navy and the Nuclear Regulatory Commission, and ultimately the Navy has granted additional contracts to Tetra Tech based on the actions that they've taken to remedy the situation. In terms of the more general issues that were raised, Council did accept the grant and staff's proposal to prepare a compatible use plan in September of 2019. The original staff report, from my perspective, did explain the connection with the military. It talks about appropriating the $633,000 from the U.S. Department of Defense Office of Economic Adjustment for the project. I've attached the staff report and the resolution that you reviewed in September just to provide you additional information. I think, you know, for me, one of the big questions is why would the city of Monterey spend time on this issue? And I think as we look, the city of Monterey is basically supported by 3 significant economic sectors: the hotel industry, military, as well as education. And one of our economic sectors has been harder than we could have ever imagined with COVID or predicted. Military is also a key economic sector, and it's very important for us to understand the local and regional issues about the military and to understand how to improve compatibility in the region. And we know that if base closure comes up again, we need to understand our strengths and weaknesses as a region. And this is a really unique opportunity why the city of Monterey is taking the lead. We've actually established a great partnership with the county and surrounding jurisdictions so that we can look at this issue comprehensively as a region. So I'm actually really excited about this opportunity to look at the compatibility issues on a regional level. The RFP did include communication services as an issue. It also included housing, transportation, and we know that communication will be an ongoing issue for both city residents as well as our military partners. So we want to look at that and understand that in a little bit more detail. In summary, we were recommending that you approve the professional services contract in the amount of about $539,000 to Tetra Tech Incorporated. Their references were outstanding, and we think that they're the most qualified firm to proceed with the project. And ultimately, you'll authorize the city manager to execute the agreement. I know representatives from Tetra Tech Incorporated are also, they should be on the phone or be calling in to answer any more specific questions that you have. That concludes my presentation.
All right, do we have any council questions before we go to the public? Councilmember Allen, please.
Yeah, Kim, was there any other response to the RFP, and what was the difference in the bids between the first and let's say the second? I didn't see that in the staff report, but maybe I just missed it.
So it was a professional services contract, so we look at qualifications. Tetra Tech rated the highest in qualifications. All four firms did pass the interview process. There are other qualified firms, but I think what Tetra Tech brought to the table was their research and background with our existing military bases. They've been working down in South County. They've also worked at the Defense Language Institute on their Army installation plan. And so their entire team brought a breadth of experience that was just higher in a ranking situation than the other firms.
All right, other questions before we go public? All right, seeing none. Nat, do we have some folks who've called in?
Yes, we do. Our first caller is Tom Rowley, and Tom, welcome back.
Yeah, hi, Tom Rowley. Again, having lived through several BRAC closure evolutions, and also having been a participant on the Fort Ord Task Force report, in which I was privileged to serve on the infrastructure committee with Bill Reisman, former Public Works Director, Monterey, also the Public Works Director, DiMaggio from Marina, and Tom Hiltner, the planner from MST. I was the lone, non-government on the surface infrastructure committee of the Fort Ord Task Force. But I believe we came up with meeting together with some suggestions that were valuable and eventually made it into the reuse plan. But I'd like to suggest on attachment 5, and I first became aware of this when I watched the rerun of the city council meeting from September 1st. And the thing is, the compatible use plan has a lot of the things that a BRAC commission would be concerned about. So I guess I'm a little bit suspicious. But anyway, on page 13 of attachment 5, it talks about public participation and education. And I'd like to suggest that it says other as identified. I'd like to suggest that there be a citizens advisory committee, with a primary rep and an alternate member for each of the 5 members that are on page 12. And page 12 is the 3 cities and the 2 counties, Monterey County, San Luis Obispo County, and PG Monterey and Seaside. And I'd like to suggest that besides a primary and alternate member from non-government, agent, that there be either one elected official or a staff person, so that the actual committee would be 10 people actually at one time, with 1 or 2 alternates, not knowing how long this whole evolution is going to take place. So the thing is, I think it's important. I think it was very successful under General Jim Moore with the Fort Ord Task Force report. And so that's my suggestion. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Tom. Our other caller will be Preston Hobson. And Preston Hobson is a representative from Tetra Tech. I'll start the 3-minute timer.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Preston Hobson, and I'm the Senior Vice President and General Counsel of Tetra Tech Incorporated. I appreciate the opportunity to address the council today. As you know, Tetra Tech Incorporated submitted a proposal for the development of the compatible use plan for military installations in Monterey and South County. Tetra Tech Incorporated is a Pasadena-based global consulting and engineering firm. We conduct more than 70,000 projects each year. And with more than 50 years in the consulting and engineering business, Tetra Tech Incorporated has demonstrated our quality assurance programs and technical performance exceed expectations. Tetra Tech Incorporated currently is performing planning, environmental, and water-related services for municipal clients throughout California, including the ports of Los Angeles and Long Beach, the city of Los Angeles County, and San Bernardino County. We do understand that there have been some questions and confusion related to work done by another company, Tetra Tech EC, which is owned by Tetra Tech Incorporated. First, let me say that Tetra Tech Incorporated and Tetra Tech EC are completely separate companies, as you've heard. They have separate management and employees, and I'll reiterate that they do not share any employees. Tetra Tech EC's policies and procedures do differ from Tetra Tech Incorporated's field protocols, data collection, and management procedures. Tetra Tech EC is strictly an environmental construction company performing back-end work, and its staff are typically comprised of field service personnel. However, Tetra Tech Incorporated is a professional services company that is staffed with planners, scientists, and engineers. Under the proposed project for the city, no Tetra Tech EC services will be provided to the city, and no Tetra Tech EC staff will propose for work on the project, nor will they be involved with any of the master plan work performed by Tetra Tech Incorporated. I know this can be a bit confusing given the similarity of the company names and common ownership, but I like to think of it the way I think of Amazon. Amazon.com, where I order books, is owned by the same company that owns Whole Foods. Amazon.com and Whole Foods are completely different companies with completely different employees doing completely different work. The same is true here. This project was bid on and will be performed by Tetra Tech Incorporated. Tetra Tech Incorporated's record stands for itself. We are confident that Tetra Tech Incorporated's work product under this contract will be of the highest quality, and our staff will operate with the highest integrity. We look forward to a successful working relationship with the city, and I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Preston, for calling in, and we'll keep you on the line in case we have any questions. But that concludes the public comment period for this item, and no other callers.
Okay, thanks, Nat. So what's the council's pleasure at this point?
I have a question, if that's okay.
I'm sorry, Alan, say that again.
I've got a question, if that's okay.
Yeah, Alan, why don't you start us off, please, with your question?
So the president of Tetra Tech Inc. is claiming that really there's no connection with Tetra Tech EC, who's being sued by the federal government, the U.S. Justice Department, lots of other folks. I'm looking at the actual U.S. District Court legal filing, and it says the plaintiffs are the defendants Tetra Tech Inc. and Tetra Tech EC. So they're both in the case. And I'd be interested in hearing a response to that. If they're wholly separate, nothing to do with each other, why is Tetra Tech Inc. named in the lawsuit brought by the federal government?
That is an excellent question. Do we have any answers to that?
I've unmuted Preston, and let's see if we hear a response from him.
Oh, that's a good idea. Go to the source.
Yeah. So the complaint that was filed in the United States District Court for the Northern District of California against Tetra Tech EC by the Department of Justice on behalf of the U.S. Navy is only against Tetra Tech EC. Tetra Tech Incorporated is not named in that complaint. I'm happy to make that available to the council. There's also a press release that the Department of Justice issued that made clear it was only suing Tetra Tech EC.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah,
Alan, did you want to follow up on that?
Yeah, that just doesn't jive with the filing, the court document that I'm looking at. So I don't know. Are we done with? Are we ready for a motion or more conversation or?
Well, a conversation, I guess. I'm frankly uncomfortable with lawsuits hanging over a company or not hanging over a company, and I'm almost thinking maybe we should go back to our RFP process, or at least take a look.
Yeah, I mean, I would feel more comfortable having staff go back. It sounds like there were 3 other companies that had compliant submissions or proposals, and I guess that's where I'm leaning. I'm not real comfortable about entering into an agreement with a company that has this kind of legal cloud hanging over them. And I wasn't real satisfied, to be honest, with the attempt to sort of put it under the rug as if the 2 companies aren't connected, because Tetra Tech EC is a wholly owned subsidiary of Tetra Tech Inc. And they're both named in that lawsuit. So that makes me even more uncomfortable.
Okay, other council members' thoughts?
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, I've got a question. Maybe this is a city attorney area. Frequently when there are projects and there is public monies in play, there's bonds, assurances, insurance, and some deliverables that are covering us. So the money we're spending is the Department of Defense's assets. Is that correct?
I'd actually have to defer to staff on the funding source for this contract award.
So yes, the funding source is from the Department of Defense Office of Economic Adjustment. And we've received a grant to prepare this regional study.
Okay. And the other thing is, does any part of this grant and the funds that we would be authorizing, how is it the service delivery or the validity of the report and the science, how is it backed up in terms of a bond or insurance?
So there are standard insurance requirements for all city contracts, and the contractor has agreed to those standard insurance provisions.
Okay. And the other thing is, and maybe this is a city attorney or Hans answer, the Department of Defense, they are aware that this is our selection after the bidding process, and have they had any opinion as to the concern that we might be looking at with this company or regarding any other company that bid?
So I might take a stab at that, and then maybe Chrissy or Hans can provide additional information. The Office of Economic Adjustment has been very clear that any contract is with the city of Monterey, that they are not, they do not get involved in the selection of the proposed professional service contractor with the city. So we are responsible for that hire. I do want to let you know that we have closely coordinated with Army and Navy planning staff. They helped write the RFP. They've helped conduct the interviews and recommended Tetra Tech as a qualified professional firm. But none of those agencies have opined on the issue that you're looking at here, nor do I think would they.
Okay. And one last follow-up too, as we know, anyone can sue anyone for anything. And do we have a timing of where that process is in the federal process for filings that they've filed for on Tetra Tech or one of its subsidiaries? When was it filed, and do we know where it's at in the timeline?
And yet I can answer that. It'll be about 20 years.
Okay. Yeah.
No.
And that's part of my conclusions. No more questions, but it's opining that I almost have to separate what's happening there. Even good people get sued, and they win in court because the suit was found to not be with merit, or they prove their case. And so I don't want to pre-trial or prejudge anyone who is going through a lawsuit or criminal justice action innocent until proven guilty. And so I don't even want to get into the merits of where they are in that lawsuit. I think that's a separate issue for me.
Okay, thank you. Any other thoughts, Councilmember Dan, please?
Yeah, I do. So I have a question for staff. If we took this back out to an RFQ, I guess it's RFQ or RFP. Anyway, is that going to prolong the project itself? And how much time does that going to take staff? That's the first question. Take staff to put that RFP back out on the street, number one. And number two, what I'm hearing is that Tetra Tech was clear and above the best firm to take on this project. How close was the next firm? I mean, is it you could go with the next firm and we'd be okay, or I didn't get enough of a valuation between the top and the second term firm.
So I do need to ask, and I guess I'll ask Christine Davy for some clarification. If you decide not to go with Tetra Tech, it's my understanding we would be rejecting that proposal, and we would be then going to the next rated proposal. All of the firms passed the interview process. There was nobody that they were at different rankings, and clearly Tetra Tech, based on their experience, was the highest from all the parties. So, but there is, we could go to the second firm if that's the direction of the city council, but you would be rejecting the Tetra Tech, just one, be going to the next contractor.
Okay, so we're not rejecting all contracts. We just, and take the RFP back out again. We're just going to the next one. Okay.
Hans, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Also, our RFP was designed to receive responses that are dealing with localities and understanding the local environment. As you probably know, comparative use plans are especially issued by the Office of Economic Adjustments, and trying to figure out the relationships between communities and the military installations are a very specific area of expertise. And you get basically the same respondents every single time some other community in the country is asking for that feedback. And our RFP, as I stated, was designed in a way that we wanted to bring out a response that acknowledges the localities, because these are boilerplate responses to boilerplate RFPs usually. And in our research, when we prepared the RFP, we were very much interested in getting away from the boilerplate responses where you just do a Word document, replace city of so-and-so with city of Monterey, and you get basically the same, because it's a pretty specialized area of expertise. Excuse me. And so last but not least, what Kim was emphasizing is that the proposal from Tetra Tech Inc. stood out because they are working locally. They have a contract right now with the Army in place, and working with the Army, as I understand from Kim's presentation. And that's where they stood out. overall, council, there are other proposers as well. And it was designed by us to get away from those boilerplate and bring out the best of the best to get a good proposal response back. Our reviewing team felt that was Tetra Inc., but that is basically just additional information for your decision making.
Thank you, Hans. I'm going to make a motion to reject the services contract and to direct staff to go to the second entity which applied. And if this doesn't pass, that's fine, then somebody else can make another motion. So that's my motion.
I'll second that, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, any discussion?
Did we go out to the public already?
Yes, we did. Okay, roll call, please.
Oh, wait a minute. I'd like to make one more comment before we vote. Staff, I wasn't involved, obviously, in the RFP, but our staff was, and I have to support the contract only because I think our staff is competent enough to come with us a company that they feel very comfortable with and the Army feels comfortable with. And Alan and Clyde, I understand your concern about something that's going on in a larger level, but it just seems to me like this company works well with our local Army, and I think that I'm going to support it.
And I totally respect that, and I'm just very uncomfortable with lawsuits hanging over things.
Okay, thank you.
It doesn't question the competency of Tetra or our staff, which I respect.
I understand that. I just wanted to make sure I said that.
No, and I understand where you're coming from. Absolutely respect that viewpoint. Anyone else?
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, I would offer in the business of us selecting and awarding contracts to engineering firms or construction companies, if we were to take the same standard and say if Granite Construction, as an example, is involved in lawsuits, that we would have a hard time awarding them contracts for their work. So as these large firms go, I would venture to say that they all have lawsuits. Now, this doesn't mean that we ignore what we look at, and the Google information is certainly helpful, but we have not read the documents, and I'm not in a position to know the merits of an accusation. And like I said before, I don't want to prejudge their conduct. There is a process to correct that and to hold them accountable for that if they're proven to be at fault. So I don't want to deny them work based on something that is pending and beyond our control and outside of our jurisdiction. I think the insurance and the bonds that would be over its work and would guarantee the deliverables. I just think that we're going too far to get involved in a pending litigation for a company, which many companies that we award contracts to do have pending litigation. So
if I may, I totally appreciate what Ed says, and it's true. People can sue for anything, but in this case, it isn't just a private sector lawsuit between two private parties. It's the U.S. Justice Department, and the nature of the accusations are fraud, cover up. They're very serious accusations that speak to whether a company can be trusted to do this kind of work, in my opinion. And then for the representative of the company to sort of make it sound like they have nothing to do with it makes me even more uncomfortable. So when with my own eyes, I can see that they do. They're named as a co-defendant with their subsidiary. So that's why I'm going to support the motion. I do understand the desire to support staff, but I think we have other compliant proposals. So that's where I stand.
Okay, Councilmember Tyler.
Yeah. After every comment, I kind of switched how I feel about this. It's a really tough one for me. I completely understand where Alan is coming from, and I think the fact that there's this unresolved litigation it really does throw a wrench into the trust factor that Alan was just speaking to, and I think that's a very fair and legitimate perspective to have, given such a large contract. At the same time, I hear Ed's comments and that there's a process to kind of handle these things if issues present themselves. There's a lot of factors that go into this. I think about the staff's time. I think about our relationship with the military installations and how they've had a say in helping to come up with this decision. So I really, really am torn, and I feel like I could literally vote either way. So I think maybe let's just bring this to a vote and see how it goes.
Okay. No, and you're right. It is very complex, and everybody's absolutely right. Without question, all the council comments were right on. All right.
Mr. Mayor, may I ask one question of staff?
Yes, please.
Are we in jeopardy of any loss of the grant money, or is the Department of Defense in jeopardy of losing any money in timeline?
No, we are not. The Office of Economic Adjustment, which is one of the satellites assigned to the Department of Defense, is a really great agency to work with, and I am 99.9% confident that we get a grant extension, because we are already delayed based on COVID and several challenges we had, and the money will remain here, and we will get an extension. So I'm not worried about that at all.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, are we ready to go then? Clementine, will you do roll call, please?
Yes, Councilmember Williamson.
Oh, you that was good.
Yes.
Councilmember Hoffa.
Yes.
Councilmember Albert.
No.
And Councilmember Smith.
No.
Mayor Roberson.
Yes. Folks, it's 5:48, and we are going to recess, and we'll see everyone at 7 o'clock. Thank you.
Are we continuing closed session? Just checking.
Yes. And welcome back to our city council meeting. First thing we will do is ask our assistant city manager if he will put a flag up for us. It's usually Colton Hall, the flagpole on Colton Hall. Then as soon as we see that, we'll join in the Pledge of Allegiance.
There we go.
There we go, as usual. Excellent. So if you will join me in the pledge, everyone. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, thank you, Matt. And by now, I imagine many people are used to our format, but this is how we do business under the governor's executive order during the shelter in place. So will you explain to all of our kind people who'd like to join us, and we look forward to that, how they can do that, please, Matt?
Yes, happy to do so, Mayor Roberson. We encourage members of the public to watch this broadcast on YouTube Live, which has a delay of approximately 10 seconds. You can watch at youtube.com/City of Monterey or on the YouTube app, on Google Play or the Apple App Store. To make a public comment when viewers are watching live on YouTube or on channel 25, you'll see a chyron, also known as a lower third caption, on the bottom of your screen. At that point, please call the conference line, which is area code 831-582-6500. Again, that phone number is 831-582-6500. That will get you into the system. No meeting access code required. We ask that callers please dial *5 once you're into the system to virtually raise your hand, and then you'll be added into the queue to speak. Callers, please turn off all television or computer speakers or go to another room while you're connected by phone, because any background noise will cause interference with the broadcast and we won't be able to hear you. I'll be calling on each caller in the order of their hands raised by either calling out their name, which is based on caller ID, or the last 4 digits of their telephone number. There will be a time limit announced by the mayor, typically 2 or 3 minutes, with the countdown timer shown on the screen. If you're following on YouTube Live, due to the live feed delay, you should subtract 10 seconds from what you see. So 30 seconds on the screen means you have 20 seconds left. If you're watching on channel 25, that delay can be up to 45 seconds. So I do hope, and we hope you can stay within your time limit so that we do not have to cut you off. Otherwise, those are the instructions for calling in and participating, and we look forward to receiving public comment this evening.
Good. As usual, Nat, very well explained. And speaking of public comment, that's the first thing on our evening agenda. Any items not on the agenda, if you'd like to share some thoughts with the city council, please do so. And hopefully it's within the jurisdiction and the municipal code. So that's something that we can help you with. If you want us to get back to you, and our staff is excellent at doing that, just leave a contact or email or anything like that so we can get back to you and help you with what you're talking about. So with that, Nat, do we have folks ready to share some ideas not on the agenda?
Yes, we sure do. And our first caller will be Kayla Fossum. Hi, Kayla.
Do we have folks ready to share some ideas not on the agenda?
Oh, Kayla?
Yes, we sure do. And our first
Hi, this is Kayla Fossum.
Hi, Kayla.
Yeah, thanks for joining, Kayla.
Hi, I'm calling as a resident of the city of Monterey today to ask the council to consider the quality of the air we breathe. Now, normally, our air is considered some of the cleanest in the nation. Obviously, right now, the entire West Coast is under horrific air conditions because of the fires. And we also know from the experts addressing COVID that lung health is very important to fight off COVID, and that smokers and breathing this type of smoke actually makes you more susceptible to the ravages of COVID. Having said that, obviously someday we're going to be over the pandemic. The air is going to clear when the rains come, thank God.
But, you know, on an ongoing basis, we are subjected to secondhand smoke from smokers smoking cigarettes, vaping, smoking marijuana. And I just want the council to consider tightening up their ordinance on banning smoking, especially in multi-residential areas and units. A lot of our city is very highly densely populated. And I would like to point out, there's a city in California, city of Belmont, has adopted more restrictive smoking bans. It still allows, you know, smoking designated hotel, motel rooms and automobiles and things like that. But within 20 feet of non-smoking areas, you cannot smoke. It also bans smoking in patio yard areas of multi-unit residences. And I don't know what needs to be done, if the city attorney needs to look into this, but I really want to encourage the council to consider a stronger ban on smoking ordinance in the city. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Kayla. Again, a reminder for those calling in, please dial *5 to raise your hand. Our next caller will be Therese Rose. Hi, Ms. Rose. Thank you for joining today.
I'm not sure. Did you say Therese Rose?
Yep, Therese Rose.
Okay, thank you. I second Kayla's suggestion. I know recently I was speaking with the code compliance officer who works for Monterey. He also works for other cities in California. And he actually thought we had some sort of code that you could not smoke within 25 feet of windows and doors, but then he found out we do not. And so I would like to see something of that nature. So I'm just reinforcing what Michaela just said, and that's all I have to say.
Great. Thanks, Therese. Next caller is Tammy Jennings. Hi, Tammy. Good evening.
Hi. Good evening, everyone. I hope everyone is safe and healthy. My comment tonight has to do with the pool at the Monterey Sports Center. I understand that we're under restrictions and everything. I just want you guys to know how important for people with disabilities the pool is. And we would be willing to have just one person per lane as far as distancing goes. We will wear masks in the pool if necessary. It's just so important for us. And we have been without our aqua therapy for over 6 months now, and our bodies are completely deteriorating. I have no more muscle mass in my body because I can't exercise in like normal people do. And when and if, hopefully when soon, they open the sports center, that's the one thing that is really important for the disabled community to be able to get into a zero gravity area so that we can move. It's really important. So we either have to go to the moon or get in the water. And I think the water is the better choice here. So as soon as you can open those facilities, the better. That's all I want to say.
Great. Thank you, Tammy. Our next caller will be Bill Barenko. Hi, Bill.
Yes, hello. Can you hear me?
Yep, we can hear you.
Okay, great. Thank you for having me. My name is Bill Barenko, and this is regarding R3 zone. As of August 1st, I'm a new homeowner in Monterey, the corner of 4th and Park Avenue. And I just wanted to say, after searching Carmel, Pacific Grove, Seaside, and all the surrounding areas, I chose this neighborhood because of its uniqueness and its diverse Liddy. It's just a great neighborhood. I'm really thrilled to be here. Just one thing I wanted to tell you is that I've been coming down to Monterey for more than 20 years for the car week, and I always report to different publications on what happened with whom and where and how. Very fascinating. My interest in historic cars translates also into historic architecture, and preservation of neighborhoods is very interesting to me. And so I have this property, and there is space at the rear to build a carriage house with a small ADU. And I would like to go down the correct best path to achieve this goal, and I'm learning starting with this meeting today. I'm glad to be here. And I just want to say that I strongly support the idea of taller heights with the R3 zone. Okay, so thank you for your time.
Great. Thank you, Bill. And just a reminder to those who are calling in, we are taking public comment for items that are not on the agenda, and we will have a staff presentation and hear the presentation and discuss the policy guidance on ADUs later this evening. That'll be item number 12. So if you are calling in, please, for that, please hold off on your comments. And since we have heard from Mr. Branco during this time, we will not take his comment if he wants to call in when we get to the ADUs. Thank you again, Bill, for your feedback. Our next caller has the last 4 digits of 3387. Thank you for joining us this evening.
Hi, this is Lindsay Knight, City of Monterey resident for over a year. I'm wondering if I'm allowed to ask questions as long as I stay under 3 minutes.
You can ask questions, but we unfortunately can't respond to those questions because they're items that are not on the agenda.
Okay, gotcha. I will pose a question in hopes that maybe somebody follows up. As budgets get cut, how will the city continue to address the litter issue? I propose that since we need to come up with more tax money to pay for these services, I'd like to see the sale of cannabis products legalized in the city to help raise the tax revenue needed to offset those costs. I'd also like to know who I can get in contact with at the city, as well as Caltrans, to discuss the litter issues along our beaches, walkways, and highways. Thank you.
Great. Thank you for your call, Lindsay, and we have your contact information and can follow up with you on that, and we'll do so. Our next caller is Bob Follis. Hi, Bob. Thanks for joining us this evening.
Hello, Mayor, City Council members, and staff. This is Bob Follis, a resident of Monterey. And I got to say, wow, what a time we're in. I'm not quite used to these Zoom calls, and I'm not used to a city council meeting where I can't see you all and we can't see each other. But I got to really thank the city council and the city staff for just going the extra mile to stabilize our city and keep it safe during these times. It certainly is a burdensome task, but it's really a difficult thing to do to balance the many interests of the community. I think you're doing a pretty good job. There's been a few things I questioned, but got later information, and it seemed like a reasonable choice. Little really is black and white. They try to make us think that it seems like a lot these days. But as we deal with this, I think we need to really try to take an insight to a lot of the people that aren't speaking out. The people that are often most vocal are very extreme in nature. What they do, they speak loudly, but I think the broader public is just busy, especially dealing with these times of COVID. And I think we need to take some consideration that we maybe as a community need to individually have our say in our lives and do things. We run into difficult things, and you've done a great job with hospitality and restaurants. We make these adjustments, but it's harder to make those adjustments for some of the smaller shops, some of the smaller people. I operate the Canada Row Plaza project, as you know. I can report to staff later on the Community Service District. I know that's coming on calendar today. I believe you're going to speak that on the agenda. But it's an important project to the community, and it's very difficult as a business on Monterey Road to survive. And we got to start thinking out of the box as we did with restaurants, as we've done with hotels, to figure new ways in which we can really make businesses survive. We as a project run a parking lot that is very substantial during the summertime and normal operations, but it's been greatly cut back. And a lot of that is, I know we've had areas each have their own individual issues. Monterey has not been hit heavily with COVID, thank God. We've had, yes, 110 cases, that's terrible, but a lot of it's from Salinas, but that has put a great burden on many of the businesses on Tannery Row. One of the issues I had to step out of the box maybe into consideration, which I've started an application process, is for RVs. There's a very high increase in demand for RV travel. People don't feel safe in hotels. There's a 400% increase. I've included a study in that, also a study from UCLA as a cheaper way for people to approach the coast. And I'd really like to see if the city council might entertain an aspect of this. Let's have RVs parked on their overnight camping. I can look at windows on the bay and there's a vehicle there, and a bus that's been there for 3 weeks. He's unbothered, but when I do it for a business, commercial, helping local area businesses, I'm then attacked by a couple people in the community.
Sorry, Bob. Yep. You're, thanks so much. Yep, appreciate it. I really hate interrupting folks, but we are adhering to our 3-minute time limit. And that concludes public comment for items that are not on tonight's agenda.
Good, and as always, we appreciate everyone's input. I had a hard time hearing one of the speakers. I think she was talking about litter and trash as yeah, okay. And so just, again, we can't discuss these things, but I'm glad she brought it up because that has been brought up under public comment before. And our staff has acted on that. We do have increased trash pickup. We're one of the few entities in the county, if not the state, that actually rakes the beach. And we've actually added 2 hours a day. I believe it's a day. Maybe Hans could give us, if I'm wrong, but we've added 2 hours a day of trash and litter cleanup. And so we hear folks and we're working on it. I was just watching the news when we were on break and they were talking about Old Town Salinas and the trash just piling up. A variety of reasons. Part of it is homeless, part of it is all the takeout containers. So the city has heard public comment on the trash, and I wanted to assure everyone that we've taken it seriously and we've acted upon litter and trash reduction. So with that, we don't have any announcements from closed session. We didn't have a chance to get to it. We had 2 really interesting topics and outstanding discussion as always. And so our first presentation is from the Central Coast Community Energy, otherwise known as Monterey Community Power. And they have expanded what they're doing and they're going to give us an update. Alan, you've been our representative. Would you like to just make some introductory remarks? That would be appreciated. And thank you for being our representative as well.
I'd be happy to, and I also want to note that Councilmember Smith was my alternate, and both of us together were original directors for the agency as it was founded a few years ago. So I'm not sure what the nature of the presentation is. I will just say a couple things. Monterey Bay Community Power has been expanding. So originally it was, Monterey County, San Benito, Santa Cruz. We have expanded into San Luis Obispo and Santa Barbara County and are actually going to be changing the name to reflect that. But the key thing for the public to know is that this agency is committed to providing you with clean energy and at a cost less than what PG&E would charge you for the same service. PG&E is still delivering your energy. You're still getting a bill from PG&E. But our public agency is procuring the energy, entering into the contracts, and just due to the efficiency of our agency, we're able to provide you with a rebate and also able to do a really good job of getting clean energy, which is so important to all of us. So I'm appreciative of the staff of the agency being here, and that's really all that I wanted to say.
Oh, good. Well, thank you. I think we're going to welcome Lena Williams, who's the manager of Energy Account Services for CCCE. Have you learned your new acronym yet? I like it.
You just
So
fell off
Hans,
the
unless
call,
you have
Mayor.
any more introductory remarks, we'll just turn it right over to Lena.
I believe she fell off the call, Mayor.
Oh, I thought it was, okay.
It just happened.
Maybe Ellen did her whole presentation already.
Yes. Well, our meetings tend to run long, so thank you, Alan.
There she is.
Okay, you're back. There you go.
Please excuse me, I was having connectivity issues there. So in our new virtual environment, thank you. I'm Lena Williams. I'm the Manager of Energy Account Services for Central Coast Community Energy. As was mentioned previously, formerly Monterey Bay Community Power, and I am here to present you with your annual JPA member agency update. I'm going to go ahead and share my screen and see here if it will allow. Hopefully.
And Lena, if you run into challenges, I can share the screen as well.
Oh, can you? Thank you. That might be a little bit easier since you're already connected in.
Yep, I can do that. No problem.
That way I can just I'm going to turn off my camera just in case there's any additional delay here. Thank you so much. As I mentioned previously, of course, Monterey Bay Community Power is now Central Coast Community Energy. So we have a few updates for the community. I am going to do just a couple minutes of overview just in case there's anybody from the community who is not aware of who we are as an organization. Next slide. So just to put it simply, Central Coast Community Energy actually is currently purchasing the cleaner and renewable energy sources for the Central Coast. Our name change is reflective of our expansion that was mentioned previously. So we now actually represent as far north as the tippy top of Santa Cruz. And by the end of 2021, we will be all the way down to the south end of Santa Barbara County. And what we do is we essentially purchase that energy that is currently being delivered by PG&E to the residents and business owners on the Central Coast. Next slide. So as I mentioned, within our expansion, we're actually enrolling 11 new communities within 2021. So we have 9 communities joining us in January, and then continuing our enrollment again with our South Santa Barbara communities in October of 2021. And additionally, actually, just approved by our board in our last meeting a couple weeks ago, is also the addition of the community of Buellton down in Santa Barbara County. That they will be joining us officially in the JPA in 2022, but that actually was our last remaining community. So every community within Santa Barbara, with the exception of the city of Santa Barbara and the city of Lompoc, have actually joined our Joint Powers Authority. So from the top to the bottom, we're representing the Central Coast. So for our governance, we do have 2 boards, including our Community Advisory Council. You'll see with the additional communities that have been added that we also have some additional shared seats that have now been added to the board so that we could also represent our enrolling communities here. In addition to where it's the Santa Barbara County cities, we are also going to have the city of Buellton joining that rotation there, sharing the seat with Goleta and Carpinteria. Next slide. So we are officially Central Coast Community Energy. That became effective on September 4th. So clean energy local control. You can, if you have community members that don't have our up-to-date information, we will continue to have things forward, so phone calls and emails and everything. But if you receive an email from somebody from 3CE or CCCE Energy, it'll still go through to us as well. Next slide. So some accomplishments over the last year. So a few of these, of course, you've seen under local choice, but I did want to point out some changes here under economic vitality. So there was an additional $12 million to date in energy programs, over 17 million in energy savings up until this year, and then over 25 million was set aside in a resiliency fund, and I'll talk more about that energy program in a couple slides down. That was actually set aside specifically for the support of our essential critical facilities within our service territory during PSPS events. You can go ahead and continue to have power during these long-term power outages, and I guess extend it to planned and unplanned with what's happened recently. We've expanded and opened a new office down in San Luis Obispo, so we officially have 2 offices. The primary office headquartered here in Monterey, and then our satellite office in San Luis Obispo to service the communities in San Luis Obispo and Monterey counties. And then, of course, all of our service and loans that were initially used to actually get us kicked off have actually all been paid off. And we are currently officially this month actually pursuing our credit rating. So hopefully there'll be something new to update there soon. Next slide. And some additional support this year. So our response to COVID-19 as a JPA actually approved right away by our board was a May and June discount of 50% off of the generation charges for all customers. So residential, commercial, ag, just across the board for those 2 months, so that folks would actually have some lower energy costs on our side to help get through this tough time. Next slide. And a brief update on our energy procurement. I won't go through every single project here, but you can actually see that we've expanded our efforts to bring on additional renewable projects, but more importantly, to have renewable projects that also include that battery storage component. With that focus on resiliency, there's really no way to have a stabilized grid and to actually utilize renewable energy 24/7 without actually including storage in the equation. So you'll see that a lot of the projects that we kicked off and PPAs that we signed in this last year include the storage component. And the objective is to continue to do that when identifying projects and signing agreements, energy contracts in the future. Next slide. So for our energy programs, so of course we as an organization are setting aside 3% of our gross revenue annually for energy programs with that focus on fuel switching and resiliency. I mentioned previously the resiliency program, the $25 million revolving fund. That's actually that focuses our UPS program, and that is actually still accepting applications for the public sector critical facilities that are looking to do resiliency projects. The Cal EVIP electric vehicle infrastructure program, we're looking to actually expand that into our southern territories in the upcoming fiscal year. School bus electrification program, so we actually have reservations there, and that was actually done in conjunction with MBART. The ag electrification program is actually launched. The deadline is final deadline for this year's grants are actually, the deadline was extended to the 16th, so tomorrow, but we will be continuing that fund next year. So the goal is to actually increase the grant funding to support the ag community and also expand access to those grants to ag and ag related businesses down south. Next slide. And then the uninterruptible power supply. So that was the UPS program that I mentioned. So public sector is currently available, and then our private sector has not launched yet. That probably will not launch until the next fiscal year. We're almost at the next fiscal year. So until the next fiscal year, but the funds for the public sector are available now, and they're going to continue to be made available. It's not a deadline on that. So you can actually go and take a look at the website and see whether or not you have a project, whether it's in place or planned, that could utilize those funds. Next slide. So what we're really here for is the City of Monterey by the numbers. So I'm giving you a look into the participation within the Monterey community. We have over 14,000 enrolled accounts, representing a little over 95% of the eligible accounts enrolled in Monterey. The city accounts actually for your actual meters and accounts in 2018 saved a little over 2,000 and doubled that in 2019. But overall, the community members in the city of Monterey, if you take a look here, you'll see have saved almost almost a full $1 million. Next slide. Our service offerings. So we have changed the names of these service offerings now. So it's 3C Choice and 3C Prime, but we are still offering, you'll see the 100% renewable offering, and it used to be about a penny more, but now it's 0.8 of a penny more than the 3C Choice base offering. Next slide. And then our objective, of course, to continue to unify the central code. So as we continue with our enrollments going forward, our expansion efforts will also include that focus on expanding our existing, our successful existing programs down south, identifying other areas of opportunity within the communities that we serve, and then supporting successful enrollments, not just for the 11 communities that are enrolling this year, but also preparing for successful enrollment for the city of Buellton in the following year. Next slide. And then, of course, stay connected with us. So this is our current contact information here. But as I mentioned, if you've got things saved or bookmarked, they will still work. They'll still get you to the right place under the old name. But going forward, 3cenergy.org is the site, and 3ce.org for the email addresses. And this concludes my presentation. Did you have any questions for me?
Lena, thank you so much.
Oh, you're very welcome.
It was just interesting when I thought about when we first joined, when this first started. That's been about 2 or 3 years now or more.
Well, we launched officially in March of 2018, so going on year 3. But that means that, of course, the feasibility studies and everything like that would have been the years before. So if you're talking about from the beginning, heading towards year 5, the folks who were involved in the original development of the organization.
Yes, because I can remember when we were first adopting and becoming members, the community was wondering what this was. Is it something that they should join? Was it a good investment? And I'm so pleased to see that Monterey is at 95%. And I think everyone can be rest assured, yes, it was a good investment, and it's really hugely successful.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Questions, comments from council? Tyler, please. Councilmember Tyler, then Councilmember Ed.
Hi, Lena. I appreciate you being here tonight and sharing this wonderful presentation.
No, thank you.
I have 2 questions. The first is in regards to that 3% resiliency fund or electrification, and this may go for actually either you or Alan. But I'm wondering, is there opportunities to increase that, because that seems to be somewhat of an advantage for our organization, is to make sure that we're doing those investments and doing them early. So I'm just wondering, is there opportunity there?
So I think there's always a conversation within the board and the organization to identify opportunities for us when we can to reevaluate. So I know that in the next that we are developing the 5-year strategic plan. I don't believe that this time around they're looking to increase that amount, part of which is because there is that portion, of the revenue that is built into the acquisition of these energy contracts, as we're actually trying to build up to the point where we do have more involvement in actually receiving our really reduced costs, right, from being directly involved in these early projects that allow us to get to the point where we have all, full local control over the energy that's being provided. Because as we're growing, unlike the existing utility, we don't have already, 50, 60, 70, 80 years worth of contracts, right, to meet the need of our communities. So we're still in growth mode. I think that once we get to that point, that's when there's actually consideration to actually look at those numbers again. But I don't think it's in the plan exactly at this time, but I know that there's always, when opportunities arise, the board does come together and make decisions on how they can do more. I mean, even just looking at the response to COVID-19, to just go, where do we put this? And so they do always reevaluate. I just know that at this time, the plan is to continue to build and to actually develop a larger portfolio of energy contracts.
And if I could just add, I mean, there's always a balance between, we have a dual mission. The dual mission is to provide lower rates and be able to provide rebates relative to PG&E, and at the same time to have program money to be able to develop the infrastructure for clean energy, whether that be the charging stations for EV cars, or whether that be battery storage for solar power. So it's a balancing act, and it's something that every year our board has to look at and figure out what's the right balance.
Awesome, thank you. And then my last question is, I think I saw on the slide that the city of Monterey had about 95.6% enrollment, something around that. I'm wondering what's being done to try to capture those in the Delta there. Are there efforts to reach out to them and pull them in to join, recognizing the benefits associated with it?
So actually there is, so up until recently, of course, because when folks opt out, they have a 1-year waiting period before they're eligible to re-enroll. So until recently, because we're so new, there weren't enough folks in that pot that were then eligible to re-enroll to actually come up with a full action plan. Now we've actually started to develop that. So that is on the radar. So with the exception of that percentage that is currently participating in either unique economic development rates with PG&E or direct access, meaning that they essentially are purchasing their own contracts direct from the open market. The remainder of those customers, the ones that are outside of those two exceptions, we are developing plans actually to try to recapture those.
Sorry, so one follow-up question to that. Are we seeing people that have opted out showing interest in signing up?
So we do. So this was our very first year sending out our annual energy report card, and it was essentially a snapshot similar to the update here that was sent out both to enrolled customers to tell them what they've saved, right, and what their carbon offset has been so far, but also to those that have opted out, saying this is not, your last opportunity to participate, and you can take advantage of these benefits like the other members of your community. So we did that for the first time, and we did see an uptick. That was, of course, before COVID hit, so it's not the number one thing on people's minds right now, but we do absolutely intend to continue those efforts. Especially now that we saw that folks did respond and we did it. So it's in the budget to do it again this year, in addition to the additional human resources that we've dedicated to actually do the outreach now.
Thank you, Lena.
You're welcome.
Okay, Councilmember Ed, you were going to say something, please.
I was, but you set up, Tyler, you set up a perfect setting. Congratulations on an A+ response. So I'm not sure if there's room for that Delta from A+. You're already there. So keep on the same track, Lena. Thank you and good to meet you.
Thank you so much.
You bet. And I wanted to ask you, with such a large board now, I'm curious how the meetings are going to be. Now, I serve on another big board that's 200 miles from south to north, and so we move it around. So what's the plan to allow the new cities and the community members to be engaged? How often are the meetings, and where will the meetings be to include all those new communities?
So it's interesting. First off, I think we probably intend to continue with the success of the virtual environment in terms of allowing for more public comment and engagement as we've gone. But I think we will probably have to do what we did pre-COVID, which was identify a location within those cities for folks who wanted to actually participate in the meeting to do so there. Meaning, at one point we did have an actual room at the city hall in San Luis Obispo, and folks and were noticed, right, that they could actually go and participate there. With the additional cities going down as far south as, Santa Barbara, there may be an effort to actually find somewhere that's in between the two as opposed to in directly and slow, so that there is less drive time. But if the virtual option doesn't go away, I think we'll definitely continue that. But with regard to the board, I don't know, I probably could have mentioned this, sorry, that there actually is an effort to provide opportunity also for non-voting, non-seated members to actually attend meetings, so that they can actually hear and provide feedback, even though they're not allowed to vote necessarily yet because they're not seated, but to actually be engaged more. So that's another thing. The meetings are happening depending on which meeting. So we do have community advisory council meetings 7 times a year. We have our policy board, I believe, is now 4 times a year, and then operations is 10 times a year. Right. So we do publicly notice those meetings, still continuing to offer them online and in person. There is actually, if someone wanted to give public comment in person, technically there is still an option for socially distanced commentary, but there's very limited space with what's allowed. So we've only had people participating online so far today.
Yeah, great. And we look forward to the post-COVID world where that board can actually come together. So yes. I would also remind you and the world that our conference center will love to host that very large board that comes from Santa Barbara and up north to come to our meetings here in Monterey, because we may be centrally located across the new CCC.
The new territory.
Yeah, wonderful. New territory. So we look forward to those hosted meetings at our conference center, because we're big enough to bring a big board in. That's all the questions I had, Mayor.
That's very good. Are you going to cater those guys when they come in, Councilmember Ray?
Oh, I think they're all going to be traveling on per diems.
Oh, I want in on it.
Yeah.
Any other questions or comments? Okay, any public comment, Nat, on this?
Let's see, we've had the lines have been opened and we have no public comment.
Okay, well, again, Lena, thank you for the thorough report and congratulations on the huge success of CCCE.
Well, thank you so much, everyone, and you guys have a great evening. I look forward to working with you in the future.
Good. All right, bye. All right, then our next item, 11, is during our council meetings, people have had the opportunity and on our website to see a lot of the housing and community development programs that our good staff and our city does. And so we have a program, annual performance and evaluation, which we will be sending into the federal government because this is primarily financed by the federal government. So with that, we'll go ahead and turn it over to the magnanimous city manager, Hans Uslar.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. What is in front of you is our 2019 Consolidated Annual Performance and Evaluation Report for Housing and Community Development Programs. This is I call it a rather standard annual report we have to submit, and we have to show the HUD folks that we are complying with all their guidelines. And our housing manager, Grant Leonard, will present the 2019 consolidated report.
Good evening, council members and mayor.
Grant, before you start, Grant, before you start, this is Mayor Klein. Do you have a light? Because we can't really see you. You're more of a silhouette.
You know, I was just going to apologize for the lighting in my home office, what used to be my home office and now is my son's nursery. I do not have a light in front of me.
So don't turn on the light if it's your son's nursery, especially if he's asleep.
I'll just go ahead and turn off my screen. Go ahead,
please, Grant.
You will quickly see a presentation, though, about our community development block grants, which is much more interesting than my shadowy silhouette. So allow me to share my screen now.
A tough choice, a nursery or a home office.
Okay. So as Hans mentioned, this is our annual report. We do it every year. It is required by HUD. It is a public hearing, so we can solicit public comments following the presentation. And then we will be submitting the completed report and public comments to our HUD office in San Francisco by the end of this month, September 30th. So this report provides a summary of the year's overall funding that we achieved and the spending that we incurred on our projects. It also notes our progress in meeting the city's housing and community development goals. As you know, we have a 5-year community development block grant plan that we operate under. And this is the final year of the 2015 to 2019 5-year plan for our block grant program. This year we received a federal grant of $234,000, and we were able to match that with $1,418,000 in program income. This is a pretty miraculous achievement for one of these programs. Most of these programs do not have such a high program income. Our program income this year came from the repayment of 3 home rehabilitation loans that had matured, as well as the sale of multiple properties that we purchased, repaired, and then sold to our first-time homebuyer program. As you know, we do provide public service grants to 10 local nonprofits. It's a wide variety of nonprofits we serve, everyone from fair housing to legal services to seniors to the food bank, Meals on Wheels, Salvation Army for homeless services, community services, community human services, Interim Inc., Gathering for Women. We served over 1,500 clients where we provided funding for the agencies, and they served over 1,500 clients last year. We also have our home repair program. That's our Mr. Fix-It, our home safety, and our home accessibility grants. Here you see an example of some window replacements that we were able to do where a homeowner had old, moldy, leaky windows, and we were able to give them new energy-efficient dual-pane windows. The front porch you see, the beams were rotting out and had termites, so we were able to replace those so the roof is preserved and the home is accessible and habitable. And on the side there, you see a good example of a common project we do, which is the replacement of walk-in bathtubs with walk-in showers. It's a lot easier for our low-income seniors to access the bath that way. They don't have to worry about slipping, tripping, or falling when they're just trying to take a shower at home. We also had our purchase and resale program. As I mentioned, that was a significant revenue generator for us. We were able to complete the repair and resale of a 3-bedroom unit at Laguna Grande Court. We also purchased and resold 2 units at Casanova condominiums, Casanova Avenue condominiums. They were in good condition, but due to COVID-19, the homeowners were having issues finding a buyer. So we purchased them, and then we were able to sell them to people on our wait list. So we're able to serve the existing homeowner by buying the home so they could move on to where they needed to be, and then we're able to serve people on our wait list by giving them some good new homes. We also purchased 2 homes that were in less good condition, and we're currently repairing them, and we will sell them this year, which will contribute to our program income for this fiscal year. On the right side there, you see an example of a refurbished kitchen at one of our condominium developments. It's a smaller kitchen, but you see it's a very nice cabinetry and countertops and stove we're able to provide, and the homeowners are quite pleased when they move into these units. We also provided a public infrastructure grant to the Josephine Kearns Memorial Pool. As you know, it's a warm water aquatics program for the disabled. And the decking around the pool was aging and had become a tripping hazard. So we were able to replace that so that people can continue to safely access their therapeutic pool. This is a volleyball court at Laguna Grande Park. We were able to provide funding for the synthetic turf and the ADA accessible walkway. And the geese that you see there are enjoying it. This photo was taken earlier this week. But we do anticipate the community appreciating that park and using the new volleyball synthetic court. We completed the final phase of the Montecito Park Improvement Project. This has been a multi-year project, 4 phases, and we're pleased to see the community finally have a completed refurbished park. We also contributed some funding to the ADA and access improvements at Shoals Park. If you've driven by there, it's a beautiful project. It's just wrapping up now as we speak. From an administrative standpoint, we were able to use all of our funds by the May 1st deadline that HUD gives us, which is very important for us. If we miss that deadline, it can be a finding against us and can jeopardize our continued operation of the grant program. So in spite of having a large program income this year, we're able to find ways to distribute that funding to the community. We also regularly monitor our grantees to ensure that they're complying with all the regulations. We review applications for affordable apartments that are deed restricted by the city. As you know, we prepared the request for proposals for our affordable housing sites, the 4 city-owned properties that we are looking to develop for affordable housing. We continued to participate in regional homelessness efforts. And our big planning project for the year was completing the 5-year consolidated plan, which included significant public outreach. You may recall between September and December of last year, we held several working group meetings, several community meetings, and we capped it off with a Housing 2020 Forum, which was held at the Monterey Conference Center and included participation from several of our nonprofit partners. And with that, I'm happy to open it to council questions and questions from the public.
Mr. Right, let's do, Hans, go ahead, please.
Yeah, I just want to ask Grant to be so kind and explain the timeliness issue, because this sounds like a straightforward task, a timeliness of spending. Anyone can spend money, but it is a moving target. And then I would appreciate if Grant could briefly explain what timeliness of spending means, because that's one of the most important criteria in which HUD measures our effectiveness in administering those funds.
Precisely. I'll start by explaining what happens typically when people don't do it correctly. HUD likes to see people spend their community development block grant funds. They don't want you to bank it year to year. They want to see new improvement in your community. So if you're sitting on your funds and you're not meeting your timeliness test, they get upset. And rightfully so. These funds are meant to go out to the public. The reason it can be a challenge is that although we approve our annual action plan in April of every year, We submit it to HUD. It is reviewed over the summer. We don't typically receive our funding until August or September. And then the timeliness test is coming up by May 1st. So we have a short period of time to spend the funds. These can be complicated projects, particularly the infrastructure projects. It takes time to do public bidding, to bring a contractor on, and then to actually construct and to receive the invoices. When we have significant program income, such as the sale of units, we need to report that in a timely fashion to HUD as well. And then it becomes an issue of a lot of money coming in and needing to find ways to spend it. And if you don't find ways to spend that money, it's a significant finding from HUD. So last year we were lucky in that we had a lot of people moving from our affordable housing units. And when we were able to purchase those properties, that was an easy way for us to spend some money there on acquiring properties. And that helped us meet our timeliness test.
So what is important to note is what Grant was saying. Those timeliness requirements shift on almost on a month-to-month basis as we are receiving. If we are selling if we are selling a housing unit, we have program income, and we need to spend that program income then as soon as possible as well. So that is the timeliness issue. In the past, the city had their challenges with timeliness. We have been pretty good, pretty successful over the past, I would say, 3 to 5 years, especially when we reorganized and separated property management from the housing office. Now we have one group that just deals with the leases and is not sidetracked with the leases and questions about that and cannot get to housing. Now we have a dedicated housing analyst. So that reorganization that we did, I think it was 5 years ago or so, 4 or 5 years ago, is really paying off. And timeliness, spending money is difficult sometimes to spend it if you want to comply with all the HUD guidelines. And I just want to compliment Grant and Kim, as well as we have a consultant helping us on that as well the entire team that keeps us out of trouble with spending money.
Thank you for that clarification, Hans. Any questions? Then we'll go to the questions and we'll go to the public. Yes, Councilmember Allen, please.
Thanks for the presentation, Grant. The mayor's commented on this before, that one of the best ways to attain housing security is to own your own home, because you're not going to raise the rent on yourself. And once you have a mortgage, you got a fixed rate mortgage anyway, your costs are fixed. And so it's great that we have this program to help first-time low-income homeowners buy their first home, buy affordable home. But I think a lot of people don't know that they actually could qualify. Like, it just doesn't even occur to them. Either they don't think they're quote-unquote low income and wouldn't qualify that way, or if they are low income, they don't think they make enough to qualify for a loan. So could you just explain in general, and it can get technical, but just in general, what are sort of those guidelines so people who might be watching this and thinking, I would never qualify, what are some of those basic requirements, and how would they go about getting on the waiting list so that when we fix up these 2 units, they might have an opportunity to become a homeowner in the city of Monterey?
Yes, absolutely. Happy to explain that. And I completely agree that this homeownership program is a great way for people to get affordable housing, because you don't have your rent increasing. Generally speaking, our guidelines require that you live or work in the city of Monterey and that you be within the income limits. And those are posted on our website. Those change year to year. And it does get technical, but there's a limit for individuals, and then 2 people families, 3 people families, 4 people families, etc. And then there are limits for if you're low income, median income, moderate, and even workforce. So the best way to do it is to go to our website or give us a phone call, and we're always happy to explain the program. Always ask. You know, the worst thing you can do is not ask a question, because then you're just admitting defeat. So inquire about the program. We did do a public outreach push on this in January, and we received several new applications, over 20 new applications. So we were able to build up our wait lists a little bit. One of the challenges that's happened with COVID-19, however, has been people who have been laid off, and so financing can be tough for them now. So I think it's good that these units we purchased for repairing gives people a chance to get settled again, get their personal finances in order. It is a good deal. We only require 3.5% down, which is the federal minimum. So you could buy a home with a fairly small amount of savings and then have that fixed rate mortgage. And we also have a first-time home buyer assistance program, so we can offer assistance on your down payment. We can make the other 17%, so you don't have to pay mortgage insurance, which is another great program we offer.
And Grant, just to clarify too, I know it's a moving target year to year, but a single person, it's approximately 54,000 would be considered low income. And I think for a family of 5, it's as much as like 83,000. Is that right? That's about the right range?
That's correct. And as a matter of fact, for a moderate income, family of 4, you're probably looking at $100,000 thereabouts.
Yeah. And so I think that's just important for people to realize. They might think they don't qualify, but this is such an expensive place to live that actually, you might be considered low income and you might qualify. And so you should check out our Monterey housing office. Thanks, Grant.
Council member Dan, go ahead, Council member Dan, and we'll go to Council member Tyler.
Actually, I think Councilmember Tyler had his hand up first, but that's okay. I'm going to cut in. Thank you, Tyler. Grant, thank you for the presentation. I appreciate it. I understand spending money over the year and trying to get contracts in place and getting contractors in those apartments to remodel can be tough, especially when you have to take things out to bid. Do we have pre-approved contractors already lined up that have given us pricing to do those particular remodels so that we can just bring them in right away instead of having to take it out to bid and wait? Because I know that would cut time.
Yes, we do. It's actually a new program we introduced this year. In the past, we always bid each project out. We got 3 bids per project. But this year we did an RFP for on-call contractors. And so we have 3 pre-approved on-call contractors. They submitted their price sheets to us. We did this in August of last year. And each contractor can have up to $99,000 for these city contracts. So we have a potential to have $300,000 in rehabilitation work. And it's fairly easy to issue those now that they're on call. So that's a great way for us to be timing this too, already having them lined up.
So you must see that time is a lot easier to get things completed, I would assume, over the past years. That's good to see. I'm glad you're doing that.
Yes, we do. And it's important to note that these are all individual small business contractors.
Local, right?
Local, individual contractors. Yeah.
Great. Thank you.
Councilmember Tyler.
Yeah, thanks, Grant, for the wonderful presentation and all the work that you're doing in the housing department. I know you've been a great addition to the team, and I appreciate all your work. I was hoping that you could take a moment and maybe describe any updates or just some general messaging around the current rental assistance program that's being offered using our current allocation of CDBG funding. And if there's an opportunity to speak to what the future might look like in regards to using future CDBG allocations for similar types of programs.
Yes, absolutely. Happy to give an update on our rental assistance program. Again, that's for this current fiscal year we're in, so it doesn't directly relate to last year. But it's great that we talk about it now in case people are watching, they can find out. The city allocated $800,000 in block grant funds for rental assistance this year. We launched the program at the end of August, and we've received approximately 75 applications so far. And the total request has been approximately $230,000 requested in rental assistance. Same criteria apply as the first-time home buyer. You should live and work in the city of Monterey. You should also be experiencing a income reduction related to COVID-19. And you can receive up to 6 months of rental assistance from the city. You will have to provide your financial information to the city, taxes, bank statements, your lease agreement, and your landlord will have to provide their tax information as well, because our payment goes directly to the landlord, not to the individual renter. That's how we ensure the payment gets where it needs to go. In the past, this type of program was discouraged by HUD for this community development block grants. In the past, they would only allow 3 months of rental assistance. However, with COVID-19, they've switched to encouraging this as a direct way to get out there to help people from being evicted and avoid homelessness. And they've increased it from 3 months to 6 months. It's tough to say what the future holds for this funding and this program for rental assistance since things are changing so quickly. But at the moment, HUD is encouraging it. And we've also applied to the state for our permanent local housing allocation, which is a grant program. And as part of that program, you'll recall a few weeks ago, you approved applying for $30,000 annually for rental assistance. So we're looking to diversify the funding for rental assistance, just in case HUD goes back to discouraging it. We'll still have that state funding in our back pocket that we can use for rental assistance going forward.
Awesome. Thanks again, Grant. Appreciate all the work.
Yeah, really good. Councilmember Ed, please.
I don't have too many other questions, but I just wanted to congratulate Grant as he used to do for TAMSI. That was a lights out presentation. Awesome information. I wanted to highlight and sort of put a cap on the public's information. A frustrating time is always when you're approaching what you think is an insurmountable credit issue or lack of income, and especially when you have variations and your income goes down, 20% or more, it's difficult to rebound. So do not write it away and say, I can't get out of this. There's a lot of free counseling that can be sought, whether you're a veteran or whether you just want to contact the housing department of our city or the county. But there are ways to fix the credit in short orders. So don't give up and learn how to prepare yourself to be able to get involved in purchasing, and so that you can secure your future. And if we can enable you to do that, that's a great opportunity through the housing program and the HUD funding. It's not enough money to help everybody, but it can help a few, and that's important. But for those that are faced with credit issues, don't give up. It's not the end of the world. You can get out of it, and you can fix your credit in a short period of time. But seek some help and get the counseling to figure out how to do that. There's a lot of mysteries in the credit world. So seek the help to see if you can't get back on the pathway to get some positive credit going.
Good.
Thank you.
Thanks for those encouraging words, Ed. Public comment now.
We don't have any public comment on this item tonight.
All right, so we'll bring it back then, and we're ready for a motion to adopt the program year.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Okay, more discussion? Grant, I just wanted to tell you that your friends at Chicago Title are enjoying working with you.
Thank you, Mayor. I think I'll take this opportunity to let everybody know that Mayor Clyde personally signs off on every purchase and resale that we do. So the mayor gets to see over at Chicago Title in the processing the paperwork that we're getting these homes out to the low-income folks who need them. So thank you, Mayor, for always being available to sign those documents.
Yeah, my pleasure. Each time that I go to Chicago Title to sign those escrow papers, Kim or Kate says the new owners are just delighted. they're just besides themselves because they're getting a English Avenue, just 2 of those sold recently, $170,000 for a nice little condo apartment that they own. And as Alan pointed out, they own it and they have control over their payments. And it's a social justice issue. Absolutely. Roll call, please, Clementine.
Councilmember Smith,
Yes.
Councilmember Albert,
Yes.
Councilmember Williamson,
Yes.
Councilmember Huffa,
Aye.
and Mayor Roberson.
Yeah, that's good for me too, yes. So that passes 5-0. And so good things going on in the city. And then the next one is to discuss policy guidance for ADUs, also known as accessory dwelling units. We'll thank our friend Dennis Taylor for writing a nice article about that in the Herald recently. And what we have is, we know there have been a lot of legislative activity at the state level. City of Monterey does have an accessory dwelling unit ordinance. However, with the new state legislation, there are new mandates. And I think the purpose of this meeting is to take a look at what the current city ordinance is. Secondly, look at what the state is mandating or demanding, things that we have no control over. Then thirdly is the city can be more generous on ADUs, but not more restrictive. And so there's a question of what kind of direction are we giving to the Planning Commission. So Hans, I think what staff is going to be asking from us is not a motion. It's just some general thoughts and direction so it can go to the Planning Commission, because the Planning Commission will be dealing with this. Is that correct? Could you kind of frame that? Because it's always a little interesting, I won't use the word awkward, but interesting to figure out exactly what was something that doesn't have a staff recommendation on it, or an ordinance or a resolution. What would you like to hear from the public and the council?
Yeah, thank you so much. The last time this topic was in front of council in an in-depth presentation and discussion was probably, if you recall correctly, Mayor and Councilmember Smith, about 4 years ago, 4 or 5 years ago. And at that time, we had the community had a very robust conversation about ADUs, and it was very much about preservation of neighborhood character, was very much about finding the right balance between what this community wants, what this community felt was working inside our various neighborhoods, and where basically the community had challenges in embracing. And we discussed a lot of topics, including whether we should allow short-term rentals in order to come up with some additional housing ideas that were out there. So it was a very in-depth discussion that we had 4 or 5 years ago, and we went to redraft our ADU ordinance in those days with many of those discussion points in mind. And I think the council at that time, together with the community, redefined what we felt at that time was the right mix, the right balance for our neighborhood. Well, fast forward 4 years, and we are in 2020, and the state has taken over a lot of those decision points that we had at our disposal 4 or 5 years ago. And the state and many housing advocates and state legislatures basically did a lot of the thinking on behalf of the communities. And the state came up with a lot of regulations that basically took away some of those discretionary decision points that a community like the city of Monterey could discuss 4 or 5 years ago. And today, what we want from you, council, is first to hear from us what is actually allowed per state law. What do we have to do now as city staff when somebody comes to us to the counter and wants to build an ADU? And we will mirror that against our existing regulations, so you can see what we had and what we have now in place. And then Andy Flower, he has done a great job in putting together also some policy questions, basically saying what do you want to do? Here are some other options that you could consider. And what we want from you today, and what we really hope we also get through the public input, just a general feel in what direction the council wants to move, and in a general feel also, what do you think about questions such as height restrictions, etc. And so today, this is basically on our council agenda, an opportunity to study the topic, listen to ask questions from staff, get clarification about the laws, and then of course listen to the public, and we'll bring it back for guidance from you, just to feel your vibes and know in what direction you are going and you are thinking. Because I can predict to a certain degree that we will have a spectrum tonight also in policy guidance that may come from you, the council members. And with that, I see Andy is ready. I'll punt it over to Andy, who has prepared a very good in-depth presentation for you. And again, fire away your questions, and then hopefully we get a lot of input from the public as well as from you.
Yep, if I may, before you begin, Andy, I think it's important to note that this isn't a public hearing, it's a public appearance. So when this goes back to the Planning Commission as a public hearing and eventually comes back to the City Council, we need to take in all the evidence beforehand. So we might have some thoughts right now, but we are required by law, and just the right thing to do is have an open mind to see what comes back eventually from the Planning Commission as well as the public. So these are kind of preliminary thoughts, not cemented in stone, so to speak, or concrete, but just a general discussion. All right, well, Andy, welcome, and you get all the fun ones, don't you?
It's true. I feel that way. Yes.
Yeah, really. I'm going to put the airport on the agenda while we're at it.
Bring it on.
Yeah, there you go. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mayor and council members. I'll begin with my presentation now. Let's see, and I will share my presentation. So I want to start out by reminding everybody what was just shared by Hans, that this was that we have had the state law has changed things for our city and for all cities in the state of California, so that here we've got an outline of some of the ways that the state law is now in effect. As of January 1, 2020, the state law has now superseded our existing standards. But to give you an idea of how things have been changed, we've got this table and the next page. And so we've broken it down. This shows, as far as location, in the past, we required a minimum lot size of 5,000 square feet, and that is no longer true with the state law. Also, in the past, there was only an ability to have an ADU where there was an existing single-family home, and now it is also allowed where there's a multifamily structure. Junior ADUs have been clarified with the state law, and we'll get to that in a minute, some of the details around that. ADUs are intended to be allowed in all districts. And here we have the 5,000 square foot minimum size, which has been part of our standard, and now there is no minimum size lot. That makes a big difference for a number of lots in our city, because we do have many undersized lots. And here we've got some description about a junior ADU. A junior ADU must be constructed within the walls of a proposed or an existing either single family home or an ADU. They can share a bath or they can have their own bath, but they do have to have a kitchen, a sort of a kitchenette at least, which would include a sink and cooking appliances. The minimum square footage, that would be 150, but we can talk with our building official who's on call with us today as well. So lot coverage and floor area ratio, these are the ways in which we restrict the amount of massing that is allowed on any size lot, and it's a ratio. And one of the major ways that the state has changed things for all of our cities is that it allows for a waiver. So that means that if there's a site that has a single family home on it, and it is already meeting the maximum amount of lot coverage and floor area ratio, to enable an accessory dwelling unit to be constructed on that site, all cities must waive those restrictions to enable up to an 800 square foot accessory dwelling unit. Maximum size, we all along have said 1,200 square feet. It's the smaller of 50% or up to 1,200 square feet. And we'll get to that. We'll get to a lot of these further in as we start to talk about the policy questions. But right now, we're just laying the groundwork to understand some of the just basic differences between our current code and now the state standard that has been in effect, again, since January 1 of 2020. And when we get to the policy questions, I want to make it clear that these have really been born out of a lot of conversations that we've had at the counter and in the offices when those were open, and on the telephone. Folks either wanting to buy a home in the area, or long-standing residents, or builders who have clients who are wanting to enable more units in our city and to build an ADU on their site. So as far as setbacks, there's this new law now that says that we cannot require more than 4 feet for side and rear setbacks. Maximum height has been 12 feet all along, and now the state says that we can set a height no shorter than 16 feet. So here's just sort of the crib notes for the ways in which the state law has impacted our city code. Again, any size lot, and an 800 square foot waiver for lot coverage and FAR, 4 foot rear and side setbacks, and the 16 foot height. Sort of a, well, it's the minimum that we can set is at 16 feet. So it does clarify the rules for the junior ADUs, and that's set at a 500 square foot max. And because of reasons in discussing with our building official, that is not a policy question for us. We recognize the 500 square foot max, and that's what it needs to be, in part because it's not considered a unit in the same way that an ADU is when it comes to fire protection. And I want to tonight not get too much into the weeds about some details and try to keep it big picture, to respect everybody's time and to recognize that this is an initial discussion, and I want to be sure we hit all of our points.
Andy, can I ask a quick question? Sorry for interrupting,
Yeah,
but it might be helpful to define what a JADU is for folks.
Sure. Thank you. Yes. So I think with these two slides, between the two of them, we'll get closer to it. So a junior ADU is very similar to an accessory dwelling unit, or ADU, or granny flat, except that it needs to be within the walls of either the primary home, or it could be within the walls of an accessory dwelling. It can only be 500 square feet. It has to have an efficiency kitchen. And the major difference is that it could share a bath or have its own bath, whereas an accessory dwelling unit must have its own bathroom and kitchen. And
Andy, one question on that.
Of course.
Is the garage considered part of the single family home? I mean, the living space, and so that could be a junior ADU?
Very good question. Yes, and that segues perfectly into this next slide. So in some way, I created this graphic to help myself understand there's really 3 different ways forward for any of these. Really, it ends up being 3 different options. So one would either convert an existing space, add to their structure, or construct a new separate unit. And so if you're converting existing space, which it could very well be a garage, or it could be it's sort of a portion of your home, it could be your basement. But for a junior ADU, it would have to stick with the 500 square foot maximum. But a conversion could otherwise be an ADU. You would have to have both a kitchen and a bathroom. It could be larger than 500 square feet. We'll talk about maximums in a minute. But there would also have to be some fire separation. And if there are questions about that, let's get to that maybe further into the presentation. So this is the other piece too, that there could be an ADU included with a multifamily structure, multifamily building. And you could, yes, so you could create a detached ADU for a multifamily structure, only up to 2. You can only have, with the state law, you could only have 1 detached ADU. There is a little bit of a question here. It's a gray area. We've seen different cities interpret the state code, which is very confusing language. And we have not had last time I checked, the HCD had not approved any of the adopted ADU ordinances for cities that have requested that. So we don't have much of a track record to understand some of the gray areas. And this is one of the gray areas, whether or not you can add to your home in order to create that junior ADU. In some cities, they limit how much you could add to your home to create that, even as little as 150 square feet. And we'll get to that in a minute. Does anybody have questions about this slide while I have it open?
Yeah, Andy. Is that detached? You said 1 unit. Is that 1 unit per property, per lot? So you can't have 2 units detached?
That is true of the state code at its base, yes.
Only
Except
one.
in a multifamily, it's different. In a multifamily, you can have up to 2.
And that's minimum, the minimum standard then, right?
Correct. That's the minimum standard. Yes. Yes. Thank you for asking. So again, tonight's goal is really just to gather information and gain policy guidance for the draft ADU ordinance. And it's possible that the evening will end with more questions than answers. And that's something I would want to encourage, maybe further deliberation on certain topics, maybe for the Planning Commission, for us to provide to the Planning Commission. So we'll start with a question that's been asked many times about affordability, and does having an ADU necessarily equate to having an affordable unit? Well, sometimes it could, but the cost of construction these days make it a little prohibitive. And this estimate came from the ADU advisory group, and this was based on a approximate 750 square foot unit. So the average is about $200 a square foot. The only way that we can be certain that a unit would be affordable is to have it deed restricted, and that is possible with nonprofits. And later this evening, you'll hear from Habitat for Humanity, and they have a wonderful program that we would encourage folks to learn more about. When it is deed restricted, then we as a city, we can count those deed restricted units towards the RHNA housing needs. And lastly, as far as affordability, related to deed restriction, if the city were to provide a resource such as either grant money, and Grant is keeping an eye on that in the housing department there, and otherwise, if we had water to offer or some other resource, then we could negotiate a contract where then that unit would need to be deed restricted. But aside from that, it doesn't appear that with city code as it's written that we would have an ability, or excuse me, state code, that the city has an ability to require a deed restriction. So we do have some existing ADUs. We have about 12 of them on the books. And we have approximately 20 folks who had come to the office in the last 9 months asking questions. And here we've got just a quick snapshot. And the idea here is not to point out specific buildings. It's more to show that it would be difficult to know just by looking that any of these units, any of these homes had an ADU and an accessory dwelling unit within either attached or detached on property. So consequences, our zoning and architectural review attempt to avoid negative design consequences. And we recognize that this new state ADU law does change some rules for the rhythm of development established with our zoning, particularly the setbacks and the FAR and lot coverage, which is again the massing, the FAR and lot coverage, and then the parking. They're really, the new state law really takes away the ability for a city to require parking in almost every instance. It's a very narrow opportunity that the city could require parking. So the policy questions that we have before you tonight, there's 6 of them. Will the overarching question is, will providing targeted flexibility benefit Monterey in preserving character and meeting housing goals? And here are the policy questions. Number 1, should we consider prohibiting ADUs in airport safety zones 1 through 5? 2, different combinations for ADUs and JADUs. And then specific to ADUs, for maximum size, if the city were to create a maximum size limitation, what would that look like? And or should we otherwise just rely on our underlying zoning? Number 4, should there be a consideration for height above 16 feet? And for JADUs, for junior ADUs, 2 questions there. Should we allow an addition in order to create a JADU? And secondly, should we allow a waiver for a junior ADU similar to the waiver that's allowed for an ADU? So we'll walk through these point by point. So number 1, airport safety zones. We have 2 major areas of the city where existing single family and multifamily homes exist. And one of the main reason we're considering this is that the Monterey Airport Comprehensive Land Use Plan prohibits new units in these zones. The goal is to reduce increased density in these zones for safety reasons. And it does appear that the state code would allow cities to prohibit ADUs specifically for a reason of safety. So again, these are the 2 slides that show those areas that would be affected by this prohibition. And I want to make it clear to council that if we were to not make that consideration to prohibit ADUs in these areas, then when we bring this back to you after the Planning Commission looks at it, then an override for that consistency analysis with the Monterey Airport would be necessary. Monterey Regional Airport. So number 2, different combinations.
Sorry, Andy, real quick on that last one. I'm sorry. What would be the consequences or the possible reaction from the airport authority if we decided to not create those prohibitions?
Well, we do appear, it is required that we appear in front of the Airport Land Use Commission for any legislative change, such as a zoning change. So I would present it there, and there would be consistency analysis. And then beyond that, I would I would bring it back to council. Most likely, it would be found inconsistent in allowing ADUs in these areas, and with that, council would there would be a request for an override to their consistency. Beyond that, I can't say what their actions would be, and maybe we would want our city attorney to weigh in on what their remedies could be beyond that. But my understanding is that would be the end of that journey. Did I answer your question?
Yeah, no, thank you. That was good. Thank you.
Sure. Okay, so number 2, different combinations, ADUs and junior ADUs. So lot coverage and FAR are similar in all 3 footprints below. And my question to you, let's have a little fun tonight. Can you match the footprint with the use? And here we've got just a very typical rectangle on a lot. I'm hoping you can read that as a plan. Here we've got the street in front of it with the driveway. And just by looking at this footprint, we can know that that could easily be a single family. The other thing it could legally be, according to the state laws, it could be a single family, and it could have within it both a junior ADU and an ADU. And so the policy question today is whether or not we would want to allow these other combinations as well. And so here we go with the number 2 footprint. You can see that that could be a single family home with a detached garage. That detached garage could become a detached ADU, and there could be a junior ADU enveloped within that single family rectangle of a home. And this third option would only be available if the council were to consider this idea of having different combinations. And I do want to make it clear that there would actually be a 10-foot separation between, this is a very generalized or very just a sketch, a quick sketch of a concept. So all of the highlighted options would be the options that would be available to a homeowner or builder if there were to be an openness to the idea of mixing. And one reason that might be pursued is because of water restrictions. So for instance, when we look at number 1, that could be a single family plus 2 junior ADUs. So here we go to policy question number 3.
Andy, can I interrupt you just for 10 seconds?
Of course.
So that last slide, according to the state, we cannot restrict or we cannot require parking in any of those options?
Well, particularly if this site, let's call it just a single site with 3 different options, if this site were within a half-mile walk to any bus stop, and in a quick analysis we did, there are very few properties that we have within our city that don't meet that. So most likely, it's such a narrow definition for when we can require parking.
Okay.
Yeah, on that, Andy, it's very interesting. We might have bus stops, but we don't have any buses anymore in our neighborhoods.
True. Yeah. They don't make that distinction in the state law.
Then if you ask seniors to walk a half mile at least to get to the bus or a mile, oh well, I'll leave it at that.
Well,
Carry on.
You mean up big Yuba?
I can say that the majority of folks who have come to our office and called in, the majority, if not all, have not wanted to eliminate parking from their site. In fact, we have a couple of property owners, and we'll see some examples here in a minute, where their goal is actually to add parking to their site. So there's a recognition by most property owners who are wanting to rent that having a parking place available makes a big difference to the renters.
Exactly, because it has to be be desirable to someone who's renting, especially at market rate.
Right. Yes. Yes. Okay. So
how much longer are you going to be on your report, Andy? I'm not trying to rush you because we'll take a break when you're done. But
okay. I can't see which number slide, but I'm about halfway through. Does that work?
Sure.
I can go faster if. So would you like that?
Yep.
Okay. So regulating the maximum size. The first question is, should we reestablish the 50% rule? And the second question, reinstate the former maximum of 1,200 square feet. And with that, I have an example here. This is an existing home, likely historic, and they're wanting to propose an ADU in a portion of it. So this is a conversion. And the question is, with a 50% rule, does it really matter where the units are divided as far as neighborhood character? And the bigger question is, could we focus instead on the massing for the entire property? Flexibility to allow something taller than 16 feet. So options for flexibility to allow taller buildings, maybe only in the R3 zone, or maybe only with objective design standards. And you'll see that I have left out the third option, which was included in your report, and that had to do with the idea of possibly bringing it to the ARC. What has been made clear to us that that would be risky, because we really don't want any ADU to go through any kind of discretionary review process. So just to be clear on that, all ADUs go directly to the building department for review. They don't go through planning. And that's true as of today, as of January 1. Okay, so just to remind everybody where all the R3 zones are in this concept of maybe only allow, because what I've discovered is that most, if not all, of the folks who have called and asked me about the idea of carriage houses, they have been within R3 zones, either in the Oak Grove neighborhood or, well, actually in most of these R3 neighborhoods here: New Monterey, Old Monterey, Oak Grove. So with this flexibility to allow taller than 16 feet, the idea is that where a detached garage may exist today, that would automatically be allowed to be converted into an ADU. And the question is, the question that I've received from applicants, if I can get this to go away, is that this would that there would be an allowance to retain that detached garage and build above it. And this is a great example that's in a design process right now. It's 699 Archer. And for this site, the applicant was hoping to build an ADU above the existing garage. Remarkably, in the New Monterey area, this site would not be in the way of anybody's view. So the architect was kind enough to share some sketches with me, first of what their desired design would be, and then of a design where they show what it would look like if they were to sink the building by a few feet. And as you may have read in the report, essentially no building would be allowed to be 2 stories with the 16-foot height. And that's because once you meet the floor height for each floor, and then you have your floor plate of at least a foot in between, you're automatically beyond the 16-foot.
Andy, before you go much further, if I could intercede, I appreciate the detail very much, but as I'm watching this, I'm thinking this is probably what the Planning Commission should be looking at, the specificity. Did I get it? Because I think what you're probably wanting from the City Council is a general direction And when we get back from, with council's permission, of course, and concurrence, when we get back after our break, I don't think we want to go through every single one of these slides to give direction. I think it would be more general. Yes, we're open to this, we're open to that. Because I think this amount of detail for us to digest this evening, to give guidance on, would be very difficult. And it's the sort of thing that I'm guessing you're going to have 2 or 3 planning commission meetings at the very least on this. So if you could just go back and not stop your slideshow, but just give us the policy questions that you think the planning commission would be looking at without the examples, then I think that's the way to go this evening, please.
Sure. Thank you. Thank you for letting me know.
Yeah, and again, it's such thorough work. We're really enjoying it. But I just don't know, since it's not an agenda item, we'll be looking at this probably in 6 months and going through this as thoroughly as you're presenting it. So thank you for understanding.
Certainly. I do want to help make this point about water, because that has been a question.
Sure.
If you'll allow me.
Absolutely.
So, thank you. Thank you, Mayor. One of the most exciting things we've discovered recently is that a gray water system may be used for single family residences. So for those, so for those homeowners who are restricted only by water, this may be an alternative that could help them experience their dreams, if their dream is to build an ADU.
Andy, to clarify that point that you're making, are you saying that a homeowner could add a gray water system for the single family unit that's on the property that frees up the water credits for the ADU or the JADU? Is that accurate?
Thank you for that clarification. Yes, that's exactly it. Yes.
And can we just get a definition of gray water for everybody?
Oh, sure. So the idea is that water taken from sinks would be used in the most typical one is that then that water would be used in toilets and possibly also washing machines.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm. It's also important to note that the second bathroom criteria that or that the water district has for folks could not be used for an ADU or a junior ADU. But water credits may be earned by installing high efficiency appliances and water fixtures. So that concludes the presentation, and I'm open to questions.
Andy, quickly, since the water question came up, one of the misconception is also that we cannot build ADUs because Kellam will not set new meters. Can you spend a few seconds on that as well?
Oh, yes. So ADUs do not require a separate Kellam water meter, but they may require an inline meter between the house and separate to separate the new ADU building. So that would be a sub-metering, and that is allowed.
And in the same token, another question came up. If you own a 3-bedroom home and have only 1 bathroom in there, the water district actually would allow you automatically a 3-bedroom, 2-bath. So are you allowed as the homeowner to say, when you live in a 3-bedroom, 1-bath, well, theoretically, I could have a 2nd bath. I want to allocate this to the ADU. Does the water district allow you to do that?
Thank you for that question. The answer is no. They will not allow you to do that.
And we had a very long 20-year battle with the water management district to allow 2nd bathrooms in homes. And as a result of that, it's a deed restriction on the home.
That's right.
And it has a special category. So Andy, you said that was the conclusion. I would suggest we've been going for almost 2 hours. Let's reconvene at 9 o'clock and then we'll ask questions and go to the public. Thank you for that really thorough discussion because it's so complicated. And you know what? A year from now, the state will change the rules anyway. No, I'm just kidding. All right, we'll see you in 10 minutes, everybody. welcome back. We were certainly presented with an outstanding report by Andy, and he sure provided us. My mind is still spinning. What? And so let's, unless there's some burning questions, can we go to the public? Tyler, you want to ask a question or two first, or go public?
We can go public, and I can ask them when we get back.
Okay, let's do that if you don't mind. And we thank everyone for taking a little break with us. Nat, what do we have as far as public comment?
All right, we do have a few members of the public who've called in, and I'll ask Hype, who is our tech guru with AMP, to put up the Chiron as well, so folks know how to call in. Our first caller is going to be Satish Rishi, and he's with I can't even say it, Habitat for Humanity, and he has a presentation which I'll actually show up on the screen instead here, and also run the timer in the background. So,
excellent.
Yep.
All right, thank you everyone. Thanks for the opportunity here. So looking at the slides, I'll jump to slide we have that talks about Habitat's ADU projects to date. So as you know, Habitat, our mission really is to build decent, affordable homes for qualified families in Monterey County and Santa Cruz County. And we've been building homes. We've built about 54 homes in the past couple of decades, but we've also done about 7 ADUs. We entered into a pilot program with the city of Santa Cruz and also with the county of Santa Cruz, where they allocated some funds to be used towards a loan for the homeowner for the ADUs. And this was part of what we call aging in place. And we call it the My House, My Home program. And under that program, we've also built three homes, 3 ADUs under that program. So next slide, please. My thoughts of program criteria. So recently, we applied for a grant from the HCD, and we were one of the 2 fortunate recipients to get a grant from them for building ADUs. There are certain requirements that we have to meet for the homeowner, but we are able to lend the homeowner up to $100,000 per ADU or JADU. The principal and the interest on that loan can be deferred for up to 20 years. But yet during that time, the property is sold, then that money has to be recouped. But a couple of other things: the owner has to be a lower income, and in Monterey, for a family of size of 2, that would be an income of $62,000. And I think for a family size of 4, that's about $77,500. In addition to that, once we build the ADU, they have to commit to renting the ADU also to a lower income family, because the goal is to build more housing. So we have to have a deed restriction for the term of the loan on the property. If you go to the next slide. So what do we bring? Habitat, so we build homes with volunteers. So about 70% of our homes are built using volunteer labor and the generosity of the community. So that's what we bring. We bring organization, we can bring design, and we also get donations of washing machines and ranges, which we can also put into the ADU. So those are the kind of things that we can bring to the table. What can you provide? The next slide, that's in how we need your help. In that case, what we are trying to do, and this is a good forum for us to reach out to the public in general, because we'd like to build a pipeline.
Yeah, and unfortunately, your time, we're out of time here, and I hate to stop you, but as with all of our folks calling in, we do have a 3-minute time limit. So appreciate you calling in, and we've got a copy of your slides, and thanks so much for sharing them with us.
You're welcome.
Yep. Okay, we're going to go ahead and take our next caller, and this will be Susan 9. Hi, Susan. Welcome back.
Good Good evening. It's Susan Nine again from Monte Vista. And as can be seen from the survey, there is a split between interests on this issue. Some are eager to take advantage of the liberal state mandates to generate additional income or help first-time home buyers. Others are concerned about the continuing rise in rentals versus owner-occupied housing in an area where housing stock is already above 68% rentals. Some are expressing concern about and worry about the increased densification and resulting impacts such as noise, parking problems, privacy issues, loss of open land on lots. My recommendation is to limit the changes that are made to the city codes to those that have to be made to bring it into line with the state mandates. We need to go slowly enough to evaluate the impacts rather than encouraging such a fast track deployment. And there will be many, many industries spawned by this new law that are eager to make a lot of money, frankly. So we have to do it very consciously and carefully. I believe the state law also requires that there be an affordability incentivization built into their codes and permitting process. I haven't heard any of that mentioned very much, but more housing, more apartments does not equal more affordable housing. And there has to be, if that's our goal, is not to keep building more and more and more rentals and just hoping they'll be affordable. That's not going to work. If there are variances granted beyond the state mandate, they should only be granted if an affordability requirement is made a condition of variances. And also affordability should be a basis for how water credits are issued should they become available in the future. A third requirement for variances should require planning commission hearings for variances, because I think neighbors have a right, especially with height limits and so forth, to be able to have some impact on decisions about things that go beyond the state requirements. I also think owner occupancy should be considered as a possible requirement for permit variances to discourage absentee landlords who cannot adequately manage the impacts of dense rental units on small lots. Especially well, I know they can't require that unless they're asking for a variance beyond what the state and local mandates are.
All right. Thank you so much, Susan.
Yeah. We're going off. Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you for listening and have a good evening.
Okay.
Bye-bye.
You too. Bye-bye. Thank you. Our next caller is Esther Malkin. Hi, Esther.
Hi, guys. Me again. So I want to echo what Susan said about building in the deed restrictions and the affordability aspect, because we are gentrifying the city as we speak already by building more at only 20% affordable requirement, and we're never going to be able to have enough affordable housing, even if we ever get the water for the 4 properties that the city has looked at that they own for 100%. But I wanted to comment on the fact that in Andy's presentation, it was repeatedly mentioned that the state law requires. And before Andy's time and before 3 of the council members on here, the state wasn't mandating it, which is why now it's on the agenda and being taken seriously. And the reason I bring that up is that I would hope that there is a way that you as a planning as the council can make sure that the NIMBYism that has been taking place on the current planning commission that has blocked quite a few of potential affordable cases that we've had as a possibility before we had state laws is addressed, and that they take it as seriously as the current council seems to be now that we have some new council members on this council. So I'm not here to say I told you so, but I've told you so. that the state is going to mandate the things that have been kicked down the road for very, very long time. I personally live in one of those 12 one of the 12 ADUs that are in the city already. And I'm lucky enough to have it, and my neighbors have been denied in the past. So I'm hoping that that's going to change. The reason I wanted to address what Susan mentioned about the affordability, every time you guys talk about market rate, you need to keep in mind that the market rate is being set by the property management cartel that we have right now that is incentivized to raise the market rate repeatedly every time a unit vacates on a rental. And lastly, I would like to see you guys commit current and future waters is available to absolutely go to deed restricted and affordable units before you grant them to somebody who has the need for another bathroom or a business that wants some more water to expand their business. We need to take the water issue that has been hampering our progress when it comes to housing very seriously, and that is how you are able to do it, by limiting all the future water that you have to.
Thanks, Esther. Right on time there. So we're going to go ahead and go to our next caller, who will be Tom Rowley. Hi, Tom. Welcome back.
Hi, good evening. Tom Rowley calling. Sorry, I disagree with Esther. City of Monterey has been ahead of all the other cities and the county of developing affordable housing and gaining programs, convert apartments into condos for years, decades. And so, she's a new arrival, relatively speaking. The mayor will recall we've been dealing with this issue for over 35 years that I've been involved for my neighborhood. But just a general comment, we're a charter city. It's just too bad that we can't tell Sacramento to go hang it. I think the mayor summed it up when he said their guideline about 1.5 miles to bus service, on a hilly little town like ours is nonsense. But anyway, the first thing, the survey, if you read the survey and Susan Nine's comments, suggest, there are so many problems with more density that I suggest that in general, again, looking from the overview, that we not go above or beyond the minimum requirements, at least at the beginning, and that we not give any overrides for airport safety zones. There's no reason to bend the rules and make beyond what the basics are for starting out until we see what the impacts are. The other thing is, the mayor will recall, and this is over 10 years ago before most of the people on the existing council, the emancipication prevention, the ordinance, the time that was put into this at the planning commission and the city council, and the view ordinance that you just recently had a case up in New Monterey to try and protect views. Giving more height is a blueprint for more problems with the view ordinance, and building more on single family lots, small lots, is a great way to make it better and easier to have this emancipication. Let's not forget we went through hours and hours of study on those issues. On the idea of giving incentives, water, for trade-off to be put into the cities as a nonprofit or restricted or affordable makes a lot of sense, because we know that just building ADUs does not necessarily ensure it will be affordable. And finally, it's like the mayor always talks about quality of life. Do we want to have a city that looks like San Mateo or Sacramento or even San Francisco? We need to at least initially go with the minimum requirements and not put anything beyond what the minimum is required by the state law. Thank you very much.
Great. Thanks for calling in, Tom. Our next person who has their hand raised is Bill Barenko, but we heard from Bill earlier when he called in at 4 p.m. He also has some photos he wanted to share, so we'll be sure to include those on our website under submitted public comments at monterey.org/submitted comments. So we will unfortunately need to skip Bill on this one, since he's already spoken on the subject matter this afternoon, and go straight to Jean Rash, who's also called in. Hi, Jean. Welcome back.
Thank you. This is Jean Rash of Monterey Vista, and I would second or third that we start with only the mandated changes, that we not extend beyond that due to the stressors that could result from increasing density, potentially increasing noise, privacy deprivations, more cars, lack of parking, all the things that we bought R1 property to avoid. So let's go as slowly as possible. We have to follow the mandates. We do not have to go above that. And there is no link between ADUs and junior ADUs and affordability. If you're looking for affordability, let's make a commitment to the water credits of the city of Monterey going to public 100% affordable housing. As I understand that the Van Buren development turned out great, right next to the police station. Those elders are safe. They can afford it. Great idea. Let's use our water credits for 100% affordable. Let's work with Habitat. Let's do the deed restrictions that Andy was talking about for affordable housing. And let's face it, that at 150,000 plus for an ADU, it's not the answer to the housing crisis. And, housing mother-in-law was never the problem. We always took care of our mother-in-laws. It is the 65-year-old widow living on $1,400 in Social Security that needs housing and cannot afford these ADUs. Thank you for all your great work.
Great. Thanks, Jean. We appreciate you calling as well. Our next caller is, let's see here, Catherine Avila. Hi, Catherine. We also received your email that has a couple of photos, so we'll put those on the screen and run the timer as well.
Great, thank you. I'd like to thank the city's planning staff for tackling this topic with enthusiasm. I'm disappointed Andy didn't get to finish his presentation tonight, but hopefully we'll hear more in the future. Has laid out a great framework to expedite ADU construction. Two of the many guidelines in place regarding square footage and height. And based on my readings of the state guidelines and inferring from Andy's presentation tonight, I don't believe these are preset limits, but rather minimum starting points for the discussion to be refined in a future ordinance. I encourage the council to think beyond these starting points. There are a lot of situations where taller or larger structures would be fully appropriate for the site. And site logistics such as lot shape and size, slope of the lot, which we see a lot in the Monterey area, and you said might be some important informing factors. And to echo Esther's comments, NIMBYism really has prohibited construction of units in the past. And it's my belief we should steer clear of public hearings of any kind to consider ADU architectural factors when at all possible. That way we can avoid that opportunity that NIMBYism comes in during those public hearing processes. ADUs also provide great flexibility for the homeowners. They can create rental income. They can provide housing for an adult child, a parent, or allow an elderly person to host an at-home caretaker easily. This would also allow a greater selection of units at varied price points for renters. And this type of flexible housing is overall a great asset to the community. ADUs create larger housing stock in general, and places with more or less regulated housing tend to have naturally cheaper housing. Think of the Central Valley. I want to make it clear I in no way support the deed restriction of ADUs. I think that will greatly stifle their creation. They're too expensive to build to deed restrict using private funds. I want to close by saying I'm really excited about ADUs because I think they're a natural extension of Monterey's housing history. I want to quickly read you a paragraph taken from the historic reconnaissance survey of the Old Town area conducted in 2005. This is published on your guys' website as well. It goes, the lower Old Town neighborhood was subdivided in the early years of the century and was built out by World War II, serving as home to many Italian, Spanish, and Portuguese American families tied to the booming fishing industry. By 1945, however, the reduction in the sardine catch began an economic decline, and the industry disappeared by the 1960s. The neighborhood soon began to transform and become more densely developed as
many first-generation owners built multi-family units at the rear of their properties to supplement their income. And you can see these photos here on your screen. I took, is that the timer?
Yep, that's the timer. Sorry.
Okay.
So thanks for your feedback. We appreciate you calling in. We'll take our next caller, and we believe it's based on caller ID, Richard Aiello. Richard, thanks for joining this evening.
Yeah, good evening. Can you hear me?
Yep, we can hear you.
All right, good evening, Mr. Mayor and City Council members. My name is Rich Aiello. I'm born and raised in Monterey, and I appreciate all you do for our community and our city. I own the property at 522 Larkin Street and would like to build an ADU in the rear of the property facing the alley, which is known as Ord Street. The entire block is filled with multifamily units in the rear of single-family homes. In fact, the 3 properties adjacent to the north and the 3 properties adjacent to the south of 522 Larkin Street have existing 2-story multifamily structures in their rears. I've always wanted to build apartments at Larkin Street in the past. However, the current zoning regs, floor area ratio limits, and lot coverage limits have prevented that from happening. Now that you are considering adopting the state's new ADU regs and drafting our own regs, I request that you consider making height exceptions on a case-by-case basis. In my case, I would like to retain the existing parking and build a 2nd-story unit above the existing garages. This will require an exception to the state 16-foot height allowance. I believe retaining the parking and keeping the vehicles off the street is critical to the success of ADUs. Larkin Street is already super congested with street parking. Please drive by Ord Street. As you will notice that 7 out of 11 properties on that block have existing 2-story units in their rears. In this case, a height exception is absolutely justified. Unfortunately, in the 70s, 80s, and 90s, my father, a local fisherman, needed the garages for his fishing nets. Later, when we sold the fishing business, the zoning regs prevented the build. I now look forward to making it happen and appreciate it if the City Council would expedite the adoption process and consider exceptions that make sense and fit the neighborhood. That's all I have. Thank you very much.
Great. Thanks so much for calling in. So we go from Rick Aiello to Rick Hoyer. Rick, thanks for joining us this evening. You're live.
Thank you, Council. This is Rick Hoyer. I'm a longtime resident of the City of Monterey. I want to speak and divide things a little bit here. Everyone's assuming one set of rules and regs. To me, there's a whole aspect about R1 and a whole aspect about multifamily zone lots. R1, the state has basically turned all R1 into a multi-unit, 3-unit per lot density. I think it's not appropriate at all to go above what the minimum requirements are that the state does at all. Start with what we have to do and don't go beyond that and see how that shakes out. When you start talking about the R1, as the previous speaker indicated, you have a lot of different scenarios throughout the city, and I think you need to do hard and fast and a lot of exploration with the Planning Commission and others of, do you want to allow anything above the maximum? And if you are going to allow anything, it needs to have public hearings to go with it. It can't be done at a staff-only level. The neighbors need to understand what's going on. I think you could have scenarios where you could go higher than, but you need to be very, very careful how you go forward with it and make sure that there's involvement in that process of the public and those who live around it. Yeah, there's been talk about what's called NIMBYism. In some ways, NIMBYism is what's made Monterey unique and all of it by keeping the character of its neighborhoods. I'm a former planning commissioner, architecture review commissioner. I was involved actively back when a lot of these rules and regulations were put into place because what was going on was totally destroying the character of the neighborhoods. We don't want to go back to that, but we do need to meet the state standards. And in R1 areas, you don't go an ounce above what the minimum the state requires us to do. See what happens over time, and see, because the character of those neighborhoods we all bought into as R1 not as high density areas. And in particular, in my neighborhood, we're actually zoned RE. I live in Alta Mesa, and that's even larger lots. So we've got a lot more space to work with for ADUs, but it could also totally change the character of the neighborhoods if you start allowing exceptions and other aspects to it. So please keep to the minimum on R1 and on our what I used to call RG or multifamily. You need to look at coming up with a set of standards if you are going to go above that minimum. That's clear, concise, looks at all aspects, and if you're going to do an exception, it's got to have public hearings tied to it. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Hoyer. Our next caller is Lisa DeWolf. Lisa?
Hi, good evening, Council Mayor. Thank you, Andy Farr, for your presentation. My name is Kelly DeWolf, and I am a Monterey resident housing advocate. First, I wanted to point out there's quite a lot of interest in Monterey from our own residents, many of whom are willing to rent these units at or below affordable rates who are interested in building ADUs. I've had an opportunity to speak with many of these folks myself. This is not about strangers coming in and settling and turning the city into something different. It provides a huge benefit to homeowners as a supplementary source of income, or in some cases allowing them to provide a space for a family to live. And of course, a benefit for tenants and for our workforce who, in cases where these smaller units are available at a reasonable rate, and particularly seed restrictions for affordability are incentivized by the city, would greatly benefit from ADUs. Infill housing is really important for addressing the need for housing in our city, and it's an important part of the solution in addition to larger affordable housing development. Size and height restrictions often greatly restrict ADU development. Although the state law does address this to some extent, this is only a recommended starting point, and I would highly suggest that we consider increasing flexibility on these issues, as it will encourage ADU development, as would allowing for different combinations of ADUs and JADUs. And I understand there are concerns regarding these changes, but frankly, all of the available data shows that ADUs have a lower environmental impact than other options and increase density without disrupting neighborhood character. And there are certainly situations where a higher height restriction would be appropriate, or a larger size would be appropriate. I think it's important that the city realize that the housing crisis and the concerns and impacts on our city related to lack of available housing for our workforce, creating traffic pollution, reducing the quality of life is a larger concern, a larger issue, and has a larger impact on our residents than these other concerns. And as a resident, I really do want to press that my representatives consider taking this issue seriously and pushing for a more flexible policy. Thank you.
Okay, thanks so much. Appreciate calling in, Kelly. And our next caller is caller with the last four digits, 1441. Hi there.
Hi, my name is Gus Zezweta. I represent 699 Archer. I want to thank Andy for his great presentation. It was quite informative, and I appreciate it very much. I would ask that the council really consider the height regulation and the lot coverage regulation when looking at the redo of the bringing your ADU and considering that the height is not feasible for a lot of these projects, that saving parking and putting a unit above the garage is more feasible and more in line with what you can see has already been done within the city limits of Monterey. And I just appreciate your time, and look forward to seeing the ordinance in its full form when it's all done. Thank you.
Great. Bye-bye. Thanks for calling in. Next caller here, 8673. 8673, you're live with the Monterey City Council.
Hello, and thank you for allowing me to call in. I'm Michael Gordon. I'm in process of applying to divide our house to have an ADU. I've been exchanging messages with Andy Flower, and she used our slide as part of her presentation on that slide and invited me to call in. I want to quickly make 4 points. The first point is that as a homeowner, it is very difficult to figure out what the rules are. When I talk to our architects and builders and even the planning consultant in the course of this project, I have not been able to get answers to my questions. And when you approach the planning department, the general answer is submit your plans and we'll tell you after you've submitted. And that's a very difficult process for homeowners. So simplifying it, that the regulations are clear, is great. The second thing I wanted to point out is that if you create an ADU by dividing an existing house is constructed in a certain way and has certain natural walls that are load bearing, and it creates certain natural division. And it can be difficult to conform to particular size limits, sometimes without big consequences for the homeowner and no real benefit to the community. The house is what it is, and when you divide it externally, nothing changes. So I just wanted to point that the size limits, if you want to limit something like the number of bedrooms and the number of bathrooms, but the size is kind of arbitrary, and when you're working with an existing house, it can be hard to conform to such a number. I wanted to make 2 other brief points, which is for retired couples that may own a home and travel frequently or for extended periods of time, being able to divide your home and have a renter is a security benefit, because otherwise you have an empty house. And finally, on the point about ADUs and JADUs and affordability, these actually can be for the owner. So you can have a scenario where an owner, perhaps somebody, an elderly person becomes widowed, they want to remain in their home, and by creating the ADU or JADU, they now have, for security, someone else in the home, and they have income that allows them to stay in the home. They may choose to stay in the smaller portion. So I just want to add that point. Thank you for taking my call and allowing me to participate.
Great. Thank you for calling in. We appreciate you participating. So our next caller is going to be the last 4 digits, 7262.
Good evening, City Council and Mayor. I wanted to extend my gratitude to Andy Flower for providing me with that essential information about ADUs. It was really helpful. Thank you so much. I was born and raised in Monterey. My parents were lucky enough to buy a house at the top of Franklin Street in 1982. So I grew up in the 80s and 90s. My neighborhood at that time was full of young families and kids that would play together until the streetlights came on. In 1988, I left Monterey and pursued my higher education at UCSC and UC Berkeley to become a middle school teacher. When I recently returned to Monterey this year to raise my children where I grew up, I noticed several alarming things. Number 1, my neighborhood and many surrounding neighborhoods in greater Monterey, Carmel Valley, and Pacific Grove are no longer full of families and community members. There are now so many empty vacation homes for the wealthy that sit there unoccupied, and as a result, Monterey has become somewhat of a ghost town to me. There are no more children playing in the streets. Now that we are living with my parents on Franklin, we have found only one other family in our neighborhood with kids to play with. What has happened to the heart and soul of Monterey? As an educator, I'm speaking on behalf of many of my educator colleagues and friends, and we are all struggling to find affordable living situations. My question to you, where are your Monterey educators expected to live if they can't afford to buy or rent a home in this area? We need more inclusive housing options for educators and other community members who are not uber wealthy, including but not limited to ADUs. Just to give you an example, I am on the inclusive housing list, and I think I'm number 300 and something on that list. It's going to be years until I'm offered anything, if that. When we make the cost of living impossible for educators, the whole community suffers. You might see this in your children's classrooms with rotating subs or teachers who can only last in the community for 1 or 2 years. Invest in teachers, social workers, and other underpaid professions that are unable to make it in Monterey, or we will be forced to move. Number 3, please provide support for those who are seeking to build ADUs. I'm a single mother with 2 kids. Having a 2-story, 1,200 square foot ADU would greatly change my life in that it would reduce the footprint in my parents' backyard and make a home for my 2 children possible. I would love some guidance and support from the city of Monterey in order to make an ADU happen. To respect the previous speaker, I'm totally lost. For example, how can we finance ADUs? How can we build an ADU if we don't have enough water credit? Through my research, I've noticed that other counties in California.
I'm sorry, but you're out of time. But we would like to get your name for the record, please.
Sure. My name is Sasha Kingsley.
Great. Thank you, Sasha. We appreciate you calling in.
No worries. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Okay. So our next caller is Richard Russello. Hi, Richard. Welcome back.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. Richard Russello. We have a history in Monterey and the rest of the state of California of having varied zoning. So we had the freedom to pick where we lived and raised our families. We, in particular, paid dearly to live in a single-family neighborhood because that's where we chose to live. That's what our deed says. That's what we paid for decades. And now we're in a situation where people are using government to mandate our personal behavior in every aspect of our lives. The state is, in one swoop, eliminated all single-family neighborhoods in the state. And that, to me, is a mass eminent domain taking, and nobody's mentioned that. We bought with expectations for a certain lifestyle and quality of life and privacy. So as you make your judgments on this, you all own single-family homes too. You know exactly what I'm talking about and how setbacks of 4 feet with a night worker living just 8 feet from your sleeping area can affect your privacy and your ability to sleep while they're awake. It changes the quality of life. And street parking's always been a big issue in my neighborhood. We have parking programs. Making these massive changes to these areas, I'm sure it's going to go through the court system and be challenged. But I would like to remind everybody who worked with me and others of you on the council to stop overdevelopment in the 80s when 19 hotels were stopped from being built on our coast. And overdevelopment, it can occur in our residential areas too. We're mixing affordability with development, and overdevelopment is overdevelopment. I urge you to go through this process slowly. Everybody's made good points tonight. And if it's going to be affordable, we need to use whatever tools we have, because just building more for people to get double and triple rents is not affordable. There are a lot of absentee owners, and there's a lot of people leaving the cities because they're experiencing what we're about to, and they're moving to Monterey. And all that's doing is driving up the prices, and I see it every day. Thank you, and have a good evening.
Thank you, Richard. Okie doke. Our next caller here is the last 4 digits, 3763. Good evening.
Hi, good evening. Hi, my name is Nancy Soule, and my husband and I live at 504 Larkin Street, just down the street from Richard Aiello. We, in fact, are one of the homes that have a street-to-street lot between Larkin and Ord Street with a rack building that is our 2 garages with an apartment, a rental apartment above. I agree with the general notion that we should keep our height restrictions the best we can to not exceed what the state requires. However, I do feel that Richard Aiello and others could be benefited, and it would not hurt to be able to allow an exception on a case-by-case basis. I would consider that an exception should be made to, one, require that there be a hearing of the neighborhood, two, to address if parking is being removed, or as Richard Aiello proposed, he would keep parking and then build another apartment above. And three, the compatibility to the other homes that are in the immediate neighborhood. In his case, it is completely compatible. His home would be probably more the norm to have an apartment above it and keep a garage down below. It wouldn't then impede the parking situation and would be allowing him to have what many of us do have, which is a rental apartment above that provides us income. Thank you very much, and appreciate your holding this meeting today. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Nancy. Well, that concludes all public comments on item number 12 tonight. And the mayor has left the meeting. So we'll wait just a few moments to have him rejoin. I think he probably intended to unmute himself, but instead kicked himself out of the meeting. There we are. Welcome back, Mr. Mayor.
I wasn't playing with my cat or my dog, as my son-in-law said, and got distracted. What fantastic public comment, wasn't it? It just shows you how complicated this issue is. It also shows you how articulate and well-educated the Monterey folks are who call in. And so, Andy, you got lots of praise, well-deserved, so thank you for making that presentation. And at this point, again, as I said before, the Planning Commission is going to take this up, and they're going to be really dealing with a lot of these issues. So at this point, it's time for the council to give as general direction as we can. I don't want to get into the weeds. I think Rich Aiello, hi Rich, hi Fran, and kids. I think that's the same family. I taught their son. And when you look at, there's certainly exceptions where it would make sense, and that's what the Planning Commission should look at. Does it make sense? Because if the Aiello property is in RG, which I would guess it's Rick, R3 zone, and that's different than single family. So we heard everything from, does it fit for single family? What does it fit in apartment zones? That's what the Planning Commission and the public need to work out. I think from us, it's the basic question, as I see it, and you may see it differently, but that is, do we go with, start with the minimum state requirements, or do we want to add more? I think that's basically the question that the staff is asking us, unless I got it wrong. So yep, Andy, thank you. I appreciate the nod. Right. And so we've heard lots of comments. So anybody want to start out? Again, we're not going to make a vote. We're just going to be sharing some thoughts. Let's start with Councilmember Allen, please.
Well, first of all, I just want to thank the public. There were a lot of great ideas, and I found it really helpful. In general, I would say that I feel where we should be focusing increased density, and this is actually has been the council's strategy, is in commercial districts along our transit corridors. I think that's where it makes most sense because it's by the transit corridors and it has less impact on the neighborhoods. That being said, Susan Nine had some really good comments, and in particular, and I think Esther also kind of echoed those comments, and also I think Jean Rash echoed those comments, which was
I think if we're going to go at all beyond what the state is requiring us to do, that should be a variance that would be only if the homeowner and builder are going to make it affordable, because ADUs and JDUs are not necessarily affordable. And especially like the height requirement, that's something that's kind of personal for me. We had a proposal to put a 25-foot home 4 feet from our house. And that was, it hasn't happened yet. It still could happen theoretically, but that was going to definitely impact the quality of life in terms of privacy. And I think if somebody's putting up a multi-story ADU, that doesn't sound to me like they're building necessarily more units. It sounds like they're trying to build something really big, maybe get a view, and generate money for themselves. I don't think that's what this really should be about. So height is a very sensitive issue. And also I think the maximum size ends up pushing out and therefore impacting neighbors. So if at all we're going to contemplate those things, it would have to be only as a condition of affordability, not somebody just building a big ADU mansion that's going to make them rich. I'm sorry, that's how I feel about it. And I do think that there are situations, and maybe the one in Old Town on Larkin might be one of these, where it really wouldn't impact views. It really wouldn't impact the neighbors. And so I think having a public process in those cases makes sense, because, you know, then you find out if there really are no neighborhood impacts, and you're going to add some element of affordability to the project, then I'm open to it. But I think we should go with the state standards as the basic, and then these other things would be as concessions for affordability with some sort of a public process. The last thing I really wanted to ask about, it's kind of more of a question, was the airport zones. So I think the Kona neighborhood, especially up there on Airport Road, it's right there by the airport. It really is, you know, somewhat of a risky area in terms of an airplane crash. And also that neighborhood gets impacted by parking from the fairgrounds. And also there's a lot of traffic on North Fremont. But it looked like there was a picture from Oak Grove. I thought I saw 1st and 2nd Avenue. That I feel different about. Like, that's actually quite far removed from the airport. It's not to me, that doesn't necessarily seem like a neighborhood that would immediately not make sense. And so that was the one kind of question mark I had there with respect to the point number 1, is like that neighborhood, I kind of think should be open for ADUs. I think it would be appropriate. And I think that's about the extent of my comments. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, Alan. As always, very well stated. Anyone else want to weigh in right now? Councilmember Dan, please.
Thank you. I wanted to weigh in on what Alan said about the heights. And we already have gone through a few additions that have gone through the process of blocking views. And it worries me quite a bit that a building that would go in over 16 feet would not go through any review at all. And all of a sudden you're sitting across from a garage, and the contractor comes in and starts building a 25-foot addition, and you didn't even know that it was happening. So for me, especially when it comes to the height, I think it has to go through the review. There's no question about it for me on that. When it comes to the size of the lot, I find it kind of interesting that the state's minimum says that you can build an ADU on any size lot, especially if it's under 5,000. I mean, those lots are awfully small, and I don't know how you could get an ADU in under a $5,000 lot anyway. So I'm not quite sure why they made that a minimum requirement, personally. I agree with much of the speakers about how important it is to keep an R1 to me. And I agree with Alan that we are already on the right track of looking at areas that are appropriate for ADUs or affordable housing. For instance, there are some R3s, as Mr. Aiello was talking about, and downtown, and we've already made some of those changes as it is. So I would be in favor of keeping with the state minimums, only because, as other speakers said, that if there needs to be some changes, then we can make it as we go. So I'd be more in favor of that. Thank you.
Thank you, Dan. Ed, Tyler, who wants to go ahead? Ed, please.
Yeah, I'm going to echo some of what the previous council statements were. In reference to R1s, yes, I want to stay with the minimum of what the state is requiring. I want to protect the R1s and protect the neighborhoods from having too much density. I want to skip down to my number 4 on lot sizes and what the state is doing to us. I'm going to call BS on that one. That makes no sense. No sense at all. We had a fair standard of 5,000. Now they're basically saying, we don't care what you want. We're going to do one size fits all. And I think there's a lot of wrongness to that. So I call BS on the state. Back to number 2. Keep the ARC and the Planning Commission involved in reviewing those exceptions. I think we had 2 great speakers from Larkin Street, Rich Aiello and Fran, and then their neighbor. And I think the tenor of that was one size fits all doesn't necessarily work, but in R3s, there are opportunities for the review, and we let our ARC and our planning under review with the neighborhood, with the community weighing in, that can find a reasonable accommodations. So I think the state requirement is 16 feet. I would stay with that, but I would wrap that into that there are exceptions, and I'm sure that the Planning Commission would appreciate knowing from the council that we are saying, well, it depends, because R3s are different than R1s. And I think we had several speakers that addressed that as well. I like the idea of preserving parking wherever possible and not giving up valuable space for parking to protect neighborhoods. And even R3, we need to protect parking spaces as well. Number 5 was, the acronym is FAIR. Andy, remind me that FAIR, what's it standing for? FAR? FAR?
FAR, floor area ratio.
Yeah, that's a big one with what the state is basically doing, and that ratio of whether it's 850 or whether it's 1,000, and it's junior and it's a regular ADU. I just am concerned, as Alan has expressed, that we get out of the way and allow too large of these ADUs. I understand that if it's a 2-bedroom ADU, the state has a set standard, but I don't want to see anything that allows ADUs become larger than the building that is on the lot and over dwarfs the neighborhood. So I'm very concerned about an ADU becoming too large. On page 138 on your chart, it refers to the enforcement piece. And I'm really confused about what the state is saying under enforcement. They're basically, we had a standard of conformity, and they're basically giving a pass. If we call out something that's wrong, they can request a 5-year delay in enforcement on the basis of correcting it, unless it's health and safety. So I think that needs some more examination and explanation, because it kind of looks to me like the state's language is saying, well, we really don't care what you do. And you get a pass just to make more housing. So maybe we can address that the next time we talk about this. But I just am very concerned that we turned a blind eye to the actual enforcement of what is important in the nature of our community. Number 7, airport zones. I'm not interested in crowding that for safety and I don't want to fight landing zones and the FAA. And I think that there's some places where it may make sense, but when it's inside of that airport zone, not obviously to me does that call for pushing to try and fight that. Question: don't we currently allow room renters in a home in an R1? So I hear this all the time as if we need this to allow people to rent a room or a portion of their home. But I just wanted to say that from what I know is you can share your home with another family, with a student. If you're a senior, you can rent your home out. So there may be already opportunities to do much of what people want to do, and they don't necessarily have to build a separate unit to make that work. Because not all properties are really going to make this work. And the last thing I'll make a comment on is the lack of water and the inability for the property owner to build something that makes it a reasonable rent. The cost of construction may outweigh the ability to make the rents low or moderate. So the rent may have to be market rate to pay for the loan that it took to put that building there. So we have to be careful when we start talking about that we would accommodate, but then we would require deed restrictions. And we don't want to do anything that distracts from the encouragement of property owners to build ADUs. So any way we get additional ADUs that are built correctly with the right size, I would be okay with. But I don't want to tie the hands of the property owner and make it impossible for them to build a small ADU to accommodate some renter. But again, I don't want to see large ADUs that overwhelm R1s. Thank you.
Thank you, Ed. Tyler, what kind of direction would you like to give to the Planning Commission and staff?
I just wanted to offer real quick, Andy, an opportunity to jump in because it looked like you had some thoughts as Ed, maybe not. I wanted to. Okay, all right.
If she does, I want to hear them.
Yeah, no.
No, Tyler, she wouldn't dare. I'm staring at her.
I encourage him to do so. No, I'm just kidding. I don't want to put you on the spot, Andy. I'll start off by also thanking all those who joined us today and sharing public comments. I think this is exactly why we do what we do, and it excites me to hear so many people calling in to be engaged in this conversation. This is a really important time, and so I'd like to give an additional appreciation for those who did call in today and are going through an experience where they could benefit from an increase in ADUs within our city. So I'm thinking of people like Sasha, Catherine, Kelly. Several people called in and identified real life, real world experiences. These are people in our community. These are human beings that are going through experiences, that are voicing their opinion and letting us know that they need us to do something. So I just kind of wanted to start off with the appreciation. And we can't act like us creating an ordinance is going to change anything. If that's the direction we plan to take, we might as well give staff direction not to bring this to the Planning Commission. The state policy is already in place now and no further action is needed. So let's not waste the Planning Commission's time, staff's time, our time in doing this rigmarole if we're just going to tell them just do the bare minimum. Let's comply with the state policy, because right now we're already complying with the state policy. So I think it's important for us to clarify that tonight with staff so that we can not waste time. I did have some questions that I'll get to before I finish my statement. Andy, you did say this earlier, but I'm hoping you can just clarify. So when we're talking about that half mile around public transit stops, what does that mean? That's any transit stop in the city versus having some level of frequency going there?
That's correct. They clarified with this last bit of legislation, and with the definition, it is any bus stop.
Okay, and do you know about how many units would not be affected by that?
We did some quick sort of rough analysis, and when we come back, I can make sure to have that number or send it to you along the way.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, that would be great. That would be helpful. I think in the process, because part of me is feeling like it may just be easier to do a clear cut across the board, as opposed to just saying, well, these folks, since they happen to be outside of that range. And I know that there's some feelings of difference there in regards to allowing parking, but my perspective is that we should be focusing on density and providing a space to live for people as opposed to a place for a car to be parked. I think it's about changing the culture and moving us away from having people feel like they need to drive vehicles. We need to get to a position where they get into another vehicle, like a bus or get on their bike or walk, if able and willing. Last question. I'm just kind of wondering what efforts are already being made in the city to promote or encourage the conversion or development of ADUs?
Well, we are abiding by state law, which means that all ADUs can be reviewed only ministerially. So it only goes directly to the building department. So there is no discretionary review. That's really the only way. That we don't have any other kind of incentive. We just try to help folks understand the way that the regulations work, because it does feel a little complex.
Okay. So part of my thoughts knowing that is I think there's a lot of opportunity for us, regardless of the state mandated policies, for us to institutionalize something within the city to promote and encourage folks to create ADUs. And I really liked actually Alan's comments earlier in regards to the affordability aspect. I think there's a lot of opportunity with that. I think there's a lot of opportunity with the city to partner with the hospitality industry and try to create some kind of relationship that might allow some kind of financing support for an affordable unit for their workforce. So I think there's a lot of opportunity out there for us to create some kind of programming around the encouragement of ADUs. So I'm going to kind of go through first some of the policy questions that you had, and I would frame this in the context of I'm coming from the perspective of encouraging a loosening of restrictions, regulations, and going beyond state required mandates. So I'm not saying these things to say that this is what we should and have to do. I'm saying these in the context of when this goes to the Planning Commission, I'm hoping that they keep an open mind towards perhaps seeing what these look like and how they may work within the city of Monterey. So remove owner occupancy requirements indefinitely, and as opposed to the 2025 deadline that's applicable to, and that's for JADUs and ADUs. Removing exceptions for replacement of garage, covered parking, carport. Removing parking requirements in general. Allow 2 total accessory units, JADUs, ADUs, whatever those combinations are, including single-family residential areas. Allow additional heights for ADUs. So if that's for above garages or however it is that we need to work that. Allow with objective design standards, I think might be an appropriate way to move forward with that if that's the choice of the city. Remove or loosen the FAR requirements. Allow 500 square foot JADU waivers for FAR and lot coverage. Allow ADUs to be constructed within existing proposed commercial and mixed use buildings. Allow as additions with new construction. Allow JADU additions during new construction. And then codifying utility connections are not required, I think was one of the things that I saw on there as well. And I think that would be a good thing to include. And then the bit about the airport, I am cognizant of the safety issue. So I'm trying to be mindful of that and trying to balance my need for us to really push the needle and think creatively and innovative. And so I don't want to say let's go all the way, but I think that there may be some support for, I think it was Alan that suggested Oak Grove and allowing something perhaps there because it's a little bit further away from the airport. So if that's the direction that we go, I think all in, let's do it. So I'll kind of wrap up with some closing remarks. So Ivan, my partner, and my property is about 3,600 square feet. And we're thinking about adding an ADU. Actually, it was something that I talked about frequently during the campaign when I was running. And we've had there was a lot of barriers for us to add a unit. Of course, the water was an issue, but then there was a 5-foot setback requirement, and we had to have a covered parking space. So I'm thankful for these state policies because it is starting to remove some of those barriers for us. But I just kind of wanted to bring that up because a couple of you, my colleagues on the council, have identified this issue with the 5,000 square feet, and that's my property. I'm one of those people, and I think it's definitely doable for us to be able to do that. And being a young person in the city of Monterey and not having a huge income with a $4,000 mortgage, I think getting that ADU on our property is going to be really helpful towards our financial situation. And I'm probably better off than a lot of people in my situation. So I can only imagine what people are going through and the support that this kind of situation might provide them. I've always seen ADUs as the solution for the majority of communities in the city of Monterey to do their part in contributing to our housing needs. So I agree with you, Alan. I think that much of our energy time should be focused on those already kind of higher density areas. Like downtown. I think a majority of our focus should be there, but I think there's an opportunity here as we're having this conversation around ADUs to have everybody in our community play a role and do their part and not just try to stick it in downtown, because I can guarantee you community members in downtown don't want increased density either. So everybody can do their part. We have to ask ourselves, why did the state do this in the first place? So we didn't just fall here all of a sudden. The state isn't doing this because they're trying to be mean old people. There's been a history of us and other communities within the state that have failed to implement the policies needed to provide adequate housing for people in our community. So and this kind of goes back to my point earlier about us doing more than just the state minimum. Let's take advantage of this opportunity that we have in front of us to think proactively about the long-term sustainability of housing needs in our community. And let's not wait and see what the state comes down and mandates us. Let's take some leadership here. And I think there's some opportunities. I would like to acknowledge the work done in the city of Monterey. Historically speaking, we do have higher density than normal cities our size, and past councils have set us up well for high density. That being said, what do density increases look like as we move forward in the city of Monterey? This is the time. There was a comment about NIMBYism earlier. NIMBYism is what has allowed the community character that we have. That was kind of the comment. There are definitely good aspects of folks that are concerned about density related issues. There's benefit because you do want to maintain the character of a city, but maintaining character doesn't mean that we have to have a low density. There's a way that we can manage this process, but still meeting the needs of our community, particularly low income individuals. And so I'm just thinking environmental impacts for all those low-wage hospitality workers that are driving long distances, right? So there's cons to those things. So I think we can merge the idea of community character with the idea of taking care of everybody in our community, the equity issue. So if not now, how long will it be before we bring this back for changes and updates? So I think, again, this is an opportunity. I don't know how I can really reemphasize that. I agree with Catherine Avila, who spoke during public comments, that the state guidelines shouldn't be our limit. They should be a starting place. Supports this conversation supports the need for us to meet our RENA allocations. So again, I think, yes, there is a benefit for us focusing on high density areas, but connecting with Alan's point earlier, I think if we can find some kind of program, create some kind of program within the city that somehow encourages those affordable units, we can really start helping to chip away at those lower affordability RENA goals that we have to meet that are usually hard to come by. And then one last piece here. So United Way is hosting some forums. And so there's 4 of them. One was today for homeowners. So sorry if you missed it and you wanted to attend, but there's one tomorrow for ADU advocates from 10 to 12 in the morning. And then there's another one tomorrow for design professionals and builders from 4 to 6. And then there is one for city officials on Friday from 3 to 5. So I'm just using this as an opportunity to get the word out there. And I know this isn't probably helpful for the public because I don't think that you have access to seeing our chat, but I am going to paste the link to the event in the chat. And if staff could help get the word out, I'm sure staff has. I think I've seen stuff on social media. But if you're really interested, feel free to shoot me an email, Tyler, Tyller @monterey.org, and I will give you the link, or just Google it, United Way Monterey ADU, and it will come up. But there's a lot of wonderful opportunities to get some more information about the benefits associated with the new state policies. And I'll end with thanking you and your wonderful work, Andy. Thank you.
I am. All right, I think the council has expressed itself. I would chime in, and honestly, when everyone says I'm going to make it brief, they never do, but I will. Affordability, I'm disappointed that these rules don't have affordability as part of them. Secondly, I'll tell you what I hear people they're worried about, especially in single family areas. Privacy. 4-foot setbacks, including rear setbacks. Secondly is affordability. Very concerned about that. Whenever I go to neighborhood association meetings, and that includes all of the city, whether one's a renter or a homeowner, parking and traffic. And again, I don't think these address that. It's a one-size-fits-all. FAR, interestingly enough, I first saw that when we were doing the Cannery Row Coastal Plan, and they came up with the idea of floor area ratio. That's where that originated, unless you know if it originated earlier than that. And I've talked to a lot of housing homeless advocates, friends of mine, many of them at my church, and affordability keeps coming up. And here's another worry people have, and that is one of the units should have the homeowner in it. And I don't know if we have that authority or not. It looked like we had to wait till 2025. However, what's to prevent mega corporations coming in, buying up homes, building 3 units, and then leaving? And the whole idea of home ownership, as I said before, is an equity issue. I first heard that with the president of the NAACP in Portland when he was speaking about the fact that people who don't have economic equality, without buying a home, they can never build up equity. They can't pass it on to their heirs. And Vice President Biden, interestingly enough, in his acceptance speech, no, it wasn't in his acceptance speech, actually, it was in a forum, talked about the whole idea of home ownership. And so if we have mega corporations coming in, purchasing single family homes, building 2 ADUs and leaving, that's not quality of life. And that would concern me. And I don't know if we have that authority, but I absolutely feel that we should have, at least one of these units should have a homeowner in it. And the homeowner doesn't have to be in a single family dwelling. A homeowner can be anywhere. As I said, when I signed these escrow papers, people are so delighted to have a unit, a condo unit, any kind of unit where they can start building up equity. So I think we start with these minimum requirements. We get them in place. It's not unlike what we discussed earlier, where we adopted leaf blowers. We have to start somewhere, get it in an ordinance form, and then let's see what happens as it tweaks. And as I said earlier, I wouldn't be at all surprised if we're having this same discussion 1 year from now with new state mandates. So that's kind of where I'm coming from. Affordability, privacy, home ownership. Those would be my big three. So Hans, Andy, do you have enough?
Good. Thank you.
Tyler, one more thing?
Yeah, I just kind of wanted to follow up on one of my statements to my colleagues here in regards to if there's really a desire to go beyond the state mandates. Because again, if we're just going to go with the bare minimum, then we might as well give staff direction not to move forward. So I'm doing it for the sake of staff. I don't want to waste our staff's time when there's plenty of other things going on. If there's the feeling is pretty solid that we're not going to want to do anything more, we might as well give staff that direction now.
Well, if I could answer that for you, as I said earlier in my introduction, we go through the process because it does need to go to the Planning Commission automatically because we can't do it ourselves unilaterally. Secondly, there may be evidence that comes up at the Planning Commission that changes all of our minds. So when you first mentioned it, I thought, yeah, I like that because, I like to cut through meetings and bureaucracy. But on the other hand, to make any kind of ordinance change, we do need to go through the process.
Well, I'm open to as I said, I think I'm open to some variance on those points.
Yeah.
If it leads to an affordable unit and if there is a public process. I think those are the two things that are really important. But I also think we need to go through the public process, as the mayor says, with the Planning Commission. And but I'm open to those, to kind of that direction. I kind of got the sense the other council members might be also. I don't know.
If I can move in there just for 2 seconds, I think it would be beneficial for the Planning Commission just to hear that presentation, unless they've already heard it before, because I think it's especially when it's so detail oriented, and that is their job. So I would like to hear them, at least let them hear the presentation. Continue it.
I think I'm coming, and I'm trying to be mindful of my perspective and where I'm coming from, but I'm coming from a perspective as a young person that's a little bit frustrated about how slow things move, and I want to move fast ahead with taking in public input and having all that important stuff in mind. But I hear what you're saying, Mayor, and I agree that the conversation is going to be invaluable anyways. But it was my way of really just trying to get some level of commitment from all of you, from my colleagues, that we're really going to take this seriously and not just kind of let it go through the motions just to let it go through the motions and then not take any action when it comes back. So I'm really just trying to advocate for all those that desire some affordable housing. That's all.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to. We need to move on. It's 10:24. We have one more item, and then we absolutely need to go to closed session because there were 2 items that under closed session that cannot be continued. So I appreciate the conversation, and it's a very complex issue. And we'll see how the Planning Commission, they're all going to resign. So, no, they won't. They'll handle it beautifully like they do everything else. So with that, I think we really do need to get down to item 14, and that's to look at our budget. So Hans, if you want to take it from here and introduce our meritorious finance director. And
well, I will actually do a little bit more and actually introduce the topic a little bit more as well.
And Hans, with all due respect, we've got 35 minutes. We need to adjourn by 11, please.
We cut our 60-slide presentation down to only 12, Mr. Mayor. We used
Thank you. Very good.
It's important for us to talk about the budget. We promised you that we would give you regular check-ins when we started discussing budget and the budget devastation caused by COVID-19. And I think tonight, and the agenda report already reveals that to you, it's a little bit of good news, bad news mixed together. It's showing you that we landed in a place with fiscal year 1920 where we expected to land. We gave you our projections in April. Council was bold and courageous in April to put pretty drastic measures into place by defunding NCIP and CIP projects. And unfortunately, also we had to tap into the tool of laying off positions as well as eliminating positions as well. And all this mixed together helped us to end fiscal year 1920 in a place where we really did not sail as far behind as we could have sailed far behind. And that's a combination of all those elements. And again, between March and June, we corrected our projections at least one more time in that time period. And as you can tell, this is the good news. We got hit severely. We lost a lot of money. We did the right bold measures to counter those. We ended still in the hole, and still the message is our hotel tax is devastated. Our sales tax is devastated as well, remains in a terrible flat position. But the good news is it could have been worse. And so the point is, tonight we want to show you briefly where we are in fiscal year 1920, and we want to talk briefly about July and August, because we have already 2 months under our belt of the new fiscal year, and we see some minor trends that we also wanted to share with you. And again, that goes all back to those days when we discussed budget in great detail, and where we promised you, Council, we would come back to you at those intervals that makes the greatest sense to talk about budget. And with that, I already communicated with Lauren that we go a little faster, Mr. Mayor. So if there are not too many detailed questions from Councilmember Albert, I think we can complete this in an acceptable time. So with that, I hand it over to our finance director.
Good evening, Mayor, Council.
Good evening, Lauren.
I'll go right over to the presentation at this time. Great. So we've got about 10 slides that I'll go through briefly, and then certainly be able to answer any questions you might have. This is a presentation on the general fund. We'll go over the COVID-19 fiscal briefing, talk about fiscal 20, the first 2 years of the fiscal 21, recap on Measure G, which is super important, and it was an important success for the city and the communities. For the community and residents. We also want to talk about Measure Y, and then bring to your attention that before you is a resolution to do some housekeeping as it relates to authorizing me and my staff to book the adjustments for fiscal 20 revenues. So for COVID-19, during April, May, and June, we briefed the council and the public on what we anticipated would be the financial devastation around COVID. And during that time for fiscal 20, during the 3-month period, we estimated that revenue would be impacted by $13 million or 16% within the general fund alone. And as the city manager mentioned, council took actions to solve that with one-time funding, primarily in the area of capital projects, $9 million from NCIP and $1 million from the general fund, and some other amount of money from the parking fund, about $150,000. So I want to do a shout out to the residents for this major contribution. It took many years to actually accumulate that much money in NCIP, and to put it forth to solving this problem was a huge action and contribution. For fiscal 20 and 21, we estimated the impact would be 18 million or 21.7% for the general fund. For fiscal 21, though, the solution was a hybrid set of solutions comprising one-time and ongoing. We have about $10 million of various position reductions. We have employee concessions, about 600,000. We also used reserve of $1.5 million. We are also reduced programs by $5 million. As a part of our efforts, we are also reaching out and utilizing federal, state, regional funding such as FEMA, CARES Act, transportation grants, and we also have the LASP programs for rent assistance, commercial lease deferral, and small grants for our small businesses here in town. So we'll talk about Measure G and Y in a moment. So swinging over to fiscal 20, these are unaudited results. The audits will take place in December this year because of the COVID situation, but we wanted to give you a preliminary look as to where the numbers stand today. The fiscal year ends June 30th, 2020. What you see before you on what I call Table 1 are the revenue and expenses. Table 2 is our fund balance. Let's start with Table 1. Table 1 shows on line 1 our revenue for the general fund at $70.6 million and expenditure at $78.9 million. So in line 3, you'll see that operating revenue is below operating expense by $8.3 million. We anticipated that, right? That's why we went to council in April to say we need to fix this devastation because of COVID. We fixed it with one-time dollars through CIP. So that's why you see that on line 4, we have large transfers from CIP and NCIP. If we move down that table on line 9, what you'll see is that we ended the general fund within $500,000 of net spend. That's very good given the COVID situation that we have. It lands us where we were anticipating. I'll swing us over to Table 2, which is our fund balance. Basically, what do we have on hand as of June 30th? Importantly to call your attention to is what we call the rainy day reserve or our economic uncertainty fund. As of June 30th, we still have $13.7 million. Of course, council appropriated $1.5 million for fiscal 21 in the reopening and hiring fund. Another important parachute and option that we have as well for the purpose of what's happening before us is what we call the unassigned fund balance, or commonly known as available, which is $3.2 million on line 5 in Table 2. I want to give us perspective, right? Those look like great strong numbers, 13.7 million and 3.2 million. The pandemic loss for revenue next year, or the year that we're in right now, is $18 million. So I want to give us perspective that it's very good that we have these dollars, but we have to move forward very calmly and with good judgment, because these are one-time dollars that we have presented in Table 2. Again, I and many others are grateful for the NCIP contribution that helped us solve what hit us so rapidly in fiscal 20. So let's break down the revenue side of fiscal 20. As you can see here, $78.6 million The COVID loss was 11.3 million or 14% within a 3-month period. That is just honestly staggering. Our top revenue is our TOT. You could see there in that first line that we lost 29% within that period, or $6.7 million. Importantly, our sales tax category also lost 22%, or $2 million. The loss in sales tax was actually greater than we anticipated from HDL, and we'll speak to that in a little bit on one of the other slides. Our fees, we also had a loss of 9%, and that continues in the new year as well. On a strong note, property tax, we came in at target, and I think that's one area we will be able to maintain given COVID, but it is one of 5 categories that you could see are already in the red. Let's now look at the expenditure side of fiscal 20. For those that have been following this fiscal austerity and management discussion of this community, we had a fiscal health response plan. And really that's the framework to say that we have ongoing fiscal management and discipline. And because of that, we could all be very, very pleased that in fiscal 20, we closed within 3% of our budget, favorable. And how you see that is that our expenditure was 78.9 million, and that's 2.5 million favorable to our budget. That's 3%. If we hadn't done that, our deficit that I talked about 3 minutes ago of $500,000 would actually be a deficit of $3 million. And so I just want to take a moment to acknowledge that we are doing everything we can to address this from a lot of different angles, not only on the revenue side, but on the expenditure and program management side as well. I highlight there in yellow that for fiscal 21, it does require program and position reductions, as we are aware by the council actions we've taken thus far. We don't have enough one-time solutions to fix this problem on an ongoing basis. Now let's take a moment to talk about July and August of 2020. The print is kind of small, so I apologize for that. The takeaway on this slide is that the general fund is at 9.3% this far. Our general fund revenue is 68 million. What we've brought in for July and August is 6.3 million. To highlight here is that our business license in that 6.3 million is almost 50% of that number. It's $2.9 million because we have an annual renewal cycle that is due July and August. So my point there is that, you know, revenue is kind of front loaded at 9% already.
Lauren, I have a quick question on that. It also looks like there's elements of revenue that haven't been received at all yet, too. Right? There's another side to that coin, and it looks like property tax, sales tax, the franchise fees, which that's not as significant, but
right, exactly. And then I'll speak to other elements in the revenue in a little bit, as it pertains to the fees as well. On the expenditure side, we are at 11% of our budget this far. And so at 7.8 million with a budget of $68 million for the year. So there are fees and charges. Fees and charges are in our top 5 revenue sources. We have 2 programs. The staff have done an extraordinary job in being innovative with COVID solutions. As you have all probably heard and or participated in our recreation program, our wellness program we've done through Zoom, and likewise with our conference center, staff working diligently in keeping the buildings maintained and still doing outreach for events and keeping the bookings going as best as we can. With that said, the revenue for the recreation program here is a challenge because of the facility closure. We have actually issued more refunds than we've brought in terms of revenue for the sports center. As you can see there, it's a negative $12,000. While in order to provide the programs we do have thus far, our expenses are at $270,000. We just want to be mindful that we do want to maintain our programs and be financially disciplined and prudent. On the conference center side, we have canceled events. There's very little we could do in regards to that because of the safety measures. And so we anticipated $900, almost $1 million of revenue, and thus far we have $55,000, while on the expense side we have $112,000. So these are two areas of our revenue we need to be mindful of and monitor to see to what extent we will be able to track and achieve the $3.5 million that you see before you. The revenue losses in fiscal 21. I think economically we need to step back and take a look at the big picture. The revenue in fiscal 21 is a bit slower than we anticipated. We try to triangulate a variety of data points. We look at our sales tax from HDL. We work with the Visitors Bureau, who really studies the STR reports, the STAR reports, the tourism economic forecast. And then also we work closely to look at our conference center booking because that is a big economic driver. Two of our major economic drivers remain closed, right? The conference center and the aquarium. And the COVID-19 health orders continue. I think what is also somewhat worrisome is the West Coast and regional wildfires, not only for our welfare and those that we care about and the region, but also the impact on tourism. So we just need to be mindful of that going on as well. I was also asked to take 2 minutes to talk about online sales tax. Online sales is happening more because of the pandemic. And a lot of us don't realize that because of state tax laws, the way sales tax is allocated to the city of Monterey and other cities when it comes to sales tax is very different from the sales tax when we go into a store here in the city. More importantly is for the city of Monterey, purchases made online are distributed to the city at a smaller amount. So the more we purchase online, the less sales tax revenue we're going to receive for those same volume of transactions. We need to be prepared that sales tax will be flat and or lower because of online sales. And I think this will be an ongoing challenge for us even after the pandemic. We want to take a moment to talk about Measure G since it was approved and it does affect us July 1 and does bring in revenue for fiscal 21. It's the March 2020 special election. It was a half-cent sales tax approved by the voters by 63.4%. We estimate it'll bring in $4 million and fund city services. Importantly, as I mentioned about state tax laws for sales tax, Measure G, 100% of Measure G is retained by the city, and it's not allocated to the state, county, or school. So there's a lot of efficiencies with Measure G. And this is really important because we had a structural deficit going into Measure G, and the voters voted in support of it, and we'll be able to solve some of that deficit we had going into March. What will be happening on November 3rd is Measure Y. Measure Y is the hotel tax. It's proposing to increase our hotel tax from 10% to 12%. Our hotel tax has not changed since 1985, and because it's a hotel tax, it's paid for by guests. It will generate an estimated $2.8 million to $5.6 million. Importantly, 16% of this will go to NCIP projects. I think that'll be valuable since we have unfunded $9 million of NCIP projects. This will be a mechanism to rebuild some of that fund. TOT, like it has been, will continue to pay for each central city services. Council unanimously voted to put this before the voter. And because 16% will go to NCIP, it is a special tax and will require 2/3 voter approval come November 3rd. The takeaway for tonight relative to the fiscal update is that COVID financial devastation does continue. Services and facility reopening remain difficult. NCIP has been critical in solving our problem. Fiscal 21, we will see a noticeable reduction in our amazing service level. We will continue to monitor this, analyze, and be creative. And we will bring another update back to council in December. And the reason why we picked December is that HDL will be able to give us another quarterly sales tax update. And I think that will be timely for us to be able to report to council what that revenue source is doing for fiscal 21. Lastly, I'll conclude that, Monterey, we work really well together. And we will go forward. We will balance our services, balance our safety, and balance our financial health. So that concludes my presentation.
Thank you, Lauren. Let me conclude with three impressions that I want to share with you that might color the picture a little bit. Number one is the conference center. We rented out the conference center starting with a river fire and Carmel Valley fire. It just closed yesterday as the FEMA point of support as well. That will give us a revenue boost of about $350,000, just the rental fees that we are receiving through FEMA's for the conference center. Picture number two, the wildfires. We have constantly right now anywhere between 10 to 16 firefighters out fighting wildfires right now. And I want to compliment the firefighters that started working with us also in March with respect to overtime. But we also will have cost reimbursements for firefighters coming back into us through the wildfires. And as tragic as they are, the city is in a position where we count every penny. That will help also offset some of the costs that we have. And color point number three is Labor Weekend. We closed the beaches and told everyone stay home. It's not a nice time to come to us. The hotels reported an occupancy of around 90% for the Labor Day weekend. Now, while this is good news, keep in mind the rates are very much lower than they are. And what is missing in the city is the hotels being filled during weekdays. That's the compression effect. That's many times when we talked about the advantages of operating our own conference center. Since we are not doing that, we really depend right now on weekend hotel visitors to have some TOT numbers. Labor Day weekend was a good weekend with respect to the occupancy rate. And what those numbers really will translate to, we will see by October 15th when the September TOT is being submitted to us. And with that, Mr. Mayor, I send it back to you.
All right, questions for our outstanding staff? Do we have any public comment, Nat?
We don't have any public comment on this item.
Okay, so Councilmember Allen, please.
Yeah, so it wasn't a question. I did have a comment, which is just to note that we talk about our dependence on hospitality, and that's real, but it was interesting in the presentation. We've seen a 22% reduction in sales tax, which is exclusive of TOT, and TOT of 29%. So even if we were not dependent on hotels, we would see a huge reduction in revenue simply because our whole economy is really being devastated by COVID-19. And I just think that's important to note. And also the online sales, which makes it really difficult going forward with so many people buying online, that hurts our local businesses and it hurts the city. And so I really hope that as people start to move forward with their thinking, that they they do, as they feel comfortable, move back to buying from our local businesses. Like, that's important for the business owners, it's important for the employees, and it is important for the city, which they're, funds all these programs. So those were my two observations. And
Yeah,
also,
thanks, Alan. Very good.
thank you to the fire department for working with management to reduce fire overtime. We do appreciate that. That's big.
30 seconds, Mayor.
No, that's fine, but we're good. Go ahead, Councilmember
I
Dan.
wanted to comment on Alan about the hospitality being thought as the only industry in the city of Monterey. We have two others, and that's the military and education, and that has to deal with the payroll. And that payroll, they go out and buy things, which creates the sales tax. So that's why those other two industries, we may not see it as a general fund revenue, but we definitely see it as two very large industries. Thank you.
Yeah, in addition to those, Dan, we probably should add the health services, which is huge for the city of Monterey, and also technology. So we really have 5 versus just 1 or 2, right? So are we ready to move on the amending the resolution? I'll make that motion that we amend our resolution.
Second.
Any more discussion?
Just a comment, Mr. Mayor.
Yes, please, Councilmember Ed.
Lauren, like always, excellent presentation, and Hans. And I know there's a lot of moving parts behind this. You've got staff, but kudos to the finance department and all of the city staff that is doing what they can with the known numbers that are in front of us. But this is certainly not anything that anybody signed on for. And I would think the shelter in place, I hate even saying that, but we look forward to the point where we are no longer doing that and we can get ourselves out to shop local, as Alan said. But thank you to all the staff for presentation tonight and all the hard work that keeps us having a budget that is currently in the black with a lot of challenges ahead, but we could not do this without you, Lauren and Hans. Thank you.
Here, here. Okay, Clementine, roll call, please.
Councilmember Hoffa?
Sorry, it took me a bit to get that. Yes.
Councilmember Williamson?
Yes.
Councilmember Smith?
Yes.
Councilmember Albert?
Yes.
And Mayor Roberson?
Yes. We're going to jump back just momentarily. This afternoon, we had the Ocean View Community Services District meeting consent agenda, and we're obviously not going to get to that. I'm going to ask our meritorious city attorney, do we need to adjourn to that Ocean View District in order to continue it?
Yes, you adjourn and then you vote to continue it and we adjourn to council meeting.
Okay, so we are adjourned to the Ocean View Community Services District meeting, and I'll move to continue that to our first meeting in October.
Second.
Second. Any discussion? All right, roll call, please.
Okay, I believe I need to call you district members for this one. District Member Williamson.
Yes.
District Member Smith.
Yes.
District Member Albert.
Yes.
District Member Hoffa.
Aye.
And I guess District President Roberson.
Oh
my, is that a promotion? You can call me Mayor Gramps. Yes. And folks, I think we'll, at this point, with council comments, city manager comments, we really do need to get to closed session. So unless there's any problem with that, I suggest we adjourn, and we'll have to re-Google Meet on a different platform for a closed session.
Yep, we do need to take public comment for closed session before we go into closed session. So at this time, I will just ask members of the public who are watching if you would like to join closed session or provide, not join closed session, but provide public comment on closed session items, please do so now by calling 831-582-6500. Again,
thank you, Nat.
831-582-6500.
We'll wait a moment.
And since there's a 10-second delay, we'll just wait a few more seconds here.
Here.
Okay, I don't see anyone. I think we're good.
Okay, then once again, thank you, public council staff, for another really invigorating, extremely thoughtful council meeting. And we'll see you on the other side, as they say. Good evening, and we'll be in closed session here on a different platform. Good night.